Welcome to the G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance YEA Saudi Summit 2020. And an official engagement group, the G20 YEA Saudi Summit, will be held for a period of 2 days. And we are excited to have distinguished speakers from across the globe. Welcome to all our delegates. We have more than 5,000 registered delegates. We are witnessing unprecedented summit with a global outreach from the heart of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Please allow me to introduce the G20 YEA Chair, Prince Fahd bin Mansour bin Nasser, Sumo al-Amir.
You must be ready to face the challenges and difficulties.
Mr. Takuyo,
In light of this challenging time that we are passing through, we need to be unwavering and committed. To continue our work, we come together today in the capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to tell the entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship is a source of innovation and resilience. We discuss this theme via a series of engaging and enlightening sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Takuyo Suzuki, G20 YEA 2019 Summit and Steering Committee Chair, for your kind wishes. We look forward to an inspiring summit, and as you mentioned, while COVID might have restricted travel, it has not affected the ability of young entrepreneurs to envision a new world and begin the work in creating it. Domo arigato gozaimasu. It's both an honor and a privilege for me to serve as chair of the G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance 2020 Virtual Summit, a first of its kind event bringing together thousands of business leaders and talented young entrepreneurs from across the globe. It gives me great pleasure to extend a warm virtual welcome to you all from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This indeed is a special year for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as it chairs the G20 under the wise leadership of King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Our theme for this year's summit is Entrepreneurship is a source of innovation and resilience, as we reflect on the challenges facing the world in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is clear that adopting an entrepreneurial mindset is becoming more vital than ever. The creativity and agility of entrepreneurs and startups will be key to kickstarting the global economic recovery as we seek to develop new opportunities and find fresh ways to deliver business excellence. Here in Saudi Arabia, we are blessed with the outstanding infrastructure and government support designing to help entrepreneurs bring their ideas to life. According to a recent Global Entrepreneurship Monitor report commissioned by Monsha'at, Prince Mohammed bin Salman College and other local international entities, 15% of working-age Saudi women and 13% of men are launching or running businesses that is less than 42 months old. As significant contributors to employment, these emerging small and medium enterprises are set to drive economic growth in the kingdom. Around 75% of these businesses reported having 6 or more employees. Saudi Arabia's commitment to assisting SMEs has been enshrined as part of Vision 2030, the kingdom's ambitious roadmap for sustainable prosperity that aims to increase contribution of SMEs to the national GDP from 20 to 35% over the coming decade. In fact, Saudi Arabia is enabling 100 Saudi companies to compete on a regional and global level as means to stimulate the entrepreneurship landscape and provide new opportunities for the sector. Before we continue, I would like to share with you a short video about the remarkable leader behind the vision, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud. As a passionate advocate for entrepreneurship, the Crown Prince has launched a number of highly successful initiatives designed to support and empower the kingdom's startup ecosystem, including MISC Foundation and Prince Mohammed bin Salman's College of Business and Entrepreneurship.
There is a role model for every successful person who draws their paths with inspiration and faith, cultivates hopes in them, and helps turn them into reality. For the Saudi youth, there is one person who brought out the positive energy in them and placed them in the limelight.
لكن لدى السعوديين همة، لدينا جبل دائما نضرب فيه المثل اسمه جبل طويق. لدى السعوديين همة مثل هذا الجبل. همة السعوديين لن تنكسر إذا انهدت هذا الجبل وتساوى بالأرض.
That is why Saudi youth consider him a role model for their success and a symbol for their future. Prince Mohammed lit the torch of vigor and excellence for the Saudi youth. He showed them the roadmap to the future. They derive sincerity and hard work from him. They also derive pride in the homeland from him. The kingdom began to accomplish its tremendous achievements in all fields, and its youth were part of those achievements. That is why Mohammed bin Salman's message were translated into words and actions and served as a motivation for the young Saudi generation to position him as the first icon of success and youth inspiration.
Thank you for watching, and I trust you found our presentation informative and inspiring. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's Vision 2030 embodies three main pillars: a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. Unlocking business opportunities for SMEs and entrepreneurs has been identified as an area of key importance to fulfilling Vision 2030's ambitious goals. By laying the ground for sustainable success, the kingdom aims to become a model of everything that can be achieved when the necessary support is put in place for talented young minds with big ideas. Over the coming 2 days, we aim to advance the conversation on the emergence of vibrant new industries and sectors. We'll be hearing from entrepreneurs who scaled new heights as they turn the pandemic into an impactful opportunity to deliver innovative services and redefine the business landscape. Our sessions will also explore the challenges that lie ahead, together with the role of the government, stimulus packages to support investment, and the growth of venture capitals, startup acceleration programs, and new market expansion. It's very exciting to host this virtual summit, and I hope you will all benefit greatly from this experience. On behalf of the Young Entrepreneurs Alliance, I would like to thank everyone involved for dedicating their time and efforts to making this pioneering event possible, brought to you by eVision and powered by Favo. And on behalf of the Alliance, allow us to recognize all our partners. Our Global Alliance, G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance, our strategy partners, Accenture, our governmental partners, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, Ministry of Investment, and Monsha'at, the General Authority of Small and Medium Enterprises. Our knowledge partners, Prince Mohammed bin Salman's College of Business and Entrepreneurship, and King Abdullah's University of Science and Technology. And our ecosystem partners, Falak, Global Entrepreneurship Network, Saudi, 500 Startups, Raz Group, Community Jameel, and SVC, as well as our summit partners. Finally, I would like to extend our deep gratitude to our wise leadership, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz. Through Vision 2030, they have charted an ambitious path for the kingdom and bright future to which we can all move forward to together and with confidence. Thank you, and I wish you an enjoyable and productive 2 days ahead.
Thank you, Prince Fahad, for this enlightenment message. During the coming 2 days, local and global speakers will be taking the stage to share insights, learning, and expertise. Focusing on the summit theme that is built on the three main topics: entrepreneurship and economy, and entrepreneurial disruption, and social and environment aspects. In the main hall, we will be hearing from various speakers, starting with a special session hosted by the summit strategy partner, Accenture. This year, Accenture and the G20 YEA Entrepreneurs Alliance celebrate 10 years of successful partners. Over the last decades, the G20 YEA and Accenture have partnered on the groundbreaking reports and research specific to entrepreneurial innovation and solution to global challenges. We will shortly hear from Accenture during their presentation, followed by moderated panel session titled Pivot Adaptation to COVID-19, followed by the impact of entrepreneurship economy, moderated by Emel Dukhan. Each moderator will be introduced their panels accordingly. Please join me now welcoming Armin Ovansov and Francis Hinterman.
When you share screen, the file you share it will be in the live. No one of you will be in the camera beside the share screen. That's what I mean. After you close the share screen,
Okay.
after you close the share screen, you guys will come back in live.
Okay. So as long as Mahmoud, to make sure I understand, it means that when we project slides, we will not see our faces, right? Okay. So the fact we have a video on or a video off doesn't matter because people will not see our faces as long as we project slides.
Yes. When you close it, you guys will back.
Okay. Okay. Get it.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
So Omaro, maybe during the panel session, you can stop sharing for a while so people can see the panelists speaking.
Yeah, I think that's yeah, that's the thing which matters for the panel. Armen, I agree. Yeah.
Sure.
by my colleague and friend Armen Ovanezov, that some of you have met already in Japan last year and in Argentina 3 years ago. We are really delighted to join the summit again this year. And before I start, I really want to thank the organizers for the hard work behind the scene to make it happen in these times, which are not business as usual, to say the least. I also want to have a word to remember and thank our good friends from France, Grégoire Saint-Ile and Jean-Louis Grégoire, with whom we started our collaboration journey in Skolkovo in Russia in 2013, so some years ago. And we are very delighted to go on this journey. Now, when we spoke with the team in charge of organizing the event, and especially Nicola Altobelli and Alex Gill and others, about what we could share with you today that could be useful to you, we came to the conclusion that it was about the way that we're helping organizations today to face what the world is facing. We are not in the business of predicting the future, so we are not going to tell you what the future will be, but we're in the business of anticipating potential futures and helping organizations to get ready for these futures and to create these futures. And that's really what we want to share with you today and what we want to work on with you today. So what we would like to do is to embark on a journey to address these future uncertainties with you, to imagine what the post-COVID world could look like, because there will be a post-COVID world, of course, and explore the implication for you and your business. And to start this journey, instead of projecting ourselves to the future immediately, what we would like to suggest to you is actually go back in time. And for those who were already attending the G20 Young Entrepreneurs Summit 5 years ago, go back in time to the good times we had in Istanbul with Başak and a team in 2015. So being in 2015, actually the world was still reeling from the Ebola epidemic at the time. How many of us would have predicted the global pandemic that we are living today? And in order to do that, as you know, at Accenture, we like testing new ways of interacting with you. Last year, for those who were in Japan, you probably remember our Armen was with Marco Tempest. He was making drones fly in the room. This time around, we're going to do something different. We're going to ask you to answer a few questions on internet. So what we're going to show you right now is an internet address, so menti.com, MENTI.com. So please, for those of you who have access to internet for your mobile, for your computer, go to menti.com. Then you will see that you will be asked to type a code, and that code is there on the screen. I hope you can see it now. It's 2984648. And you will be asked to answer a question. And the question is, did you predict the 2020 global pandemic? So we're going to leave you a few seconds to go on internet, type the code 2984648, and please answer the question, did you predict at the time the 2020 global pandemic? Okay, I can see how it's evolving. We've got 3% of you for now. We were at the time had some thoughts that the pandemic could happen. 6%. It's getting a little bit higher. Few more seconds to see if things are evolving or not. Okay, it's going up to 8%, 9%. Okay, that's interesting. I think with the pandemic, the thing is, when we look back now, we could see that there were signs at the time, right? That there were weak signals that some of you apparently were listening to, and therefore were able what was going to happen. So Mauro, I think we are going to be able to stop this one. So at 12%, thank you. So we can see that a minority, but still 12% were at the time anticipating that something like the global pandemic would happen. Insight is a fascinating thing. It's very difficult to unexperience a major event, and we've got some bias that we've got to be aware of, because these bias may blur the way we can analyze the present and the way we can therefore anticipate the future. I will not list all of these bias, but just to have a few in mind, the optimism bias, it's a rather common one for lots of us, which is to overestimate the rosiness of a future. It confines our imaginations to our comfort zone. Another type of bias is the normalcy bias. It's a coping mechanism, psychologically speaking. It prevents us from reacting sufficiently to new events. And even though we know an event is going to affect us, we don't push ourselves beyond what we are used to. And we can see that happening to some of us right now. But here is the thing, disruptive events raise new questions and uncertainties. Like, is it a one-off event, or is it going to be a new reality? Will the impacts be global, or will the impacts be mostly local? How will this event affect other trends and uncertainties? So in a systemic way. And so that's why when you see all these questions, the way we address them is by building scenarios. And I'm sure many of you have been building scenarios in your life. Scenarios are a tool which is very useful when the world is not evolving in a linear way. And that's typically what is happening today. We can see that linear trends are gone. We are living through a period where there are many disruptions, the pandemic being one, of course. And we wanted to start with this one because it's this one that we are living through today. But think about as well what happened in the US and beyond since the death of George Floyd in May 2020. And these type of events connected to social unrest, racism, and the like have got as well a deep impact in society in many countries. And again, we could add, of course, climate change and some geopolitical events there. So scenarios for that are a useful tool to address what could be the potential futures. Now, I want just to stop 2 minutes on what scenarios are and what they are not. And you will see that in the next slide. Scenarios can help us to protect us against groupthink. They provide a safe space for creative thinkers to explore and questions. That's the first point, which is very important when we work together in a group, in a company, or in an organization. They help us to challenge conventional wisdom, allow us to throw away status quo and assumption and imagine alternative futures. And obviously that's something which is much needed right now. They help stakeholders quickly grasp the future. And to me, that's a fundamental dimension that we work on a lot when we work with large organizations, because scenarios are not there just for a small team to think creatively about what the futures might be. They're there for all the stakeholders to actually co-own what the future could be and how an organization, a company, an administration can actually react, adapt, and plan for the future. They can help to stress test strategies as well. This is extremely important nowadays, as we've got a new tools. I will come back to that in a second, that can help us to pilot, test, regroup, retest a lot faster than we could 25 years ago or even a decade ago. And last but not least, they help to enable agile decision making, and that's something which for you is by essence, being entrepreneurs. Agile decision making is part of you. When we work with large organization, agile decision making is quite often a dimension that we have to preempt and address in a proper manner in order to help organization to be equipped to react and pivot at speed and at scale. So these are things that scenarios can help to do or to avoid. Equally important is to have in mind what scenarios are not. And I just want to stop here just 1 second, because it's a way to avoid misunderstanding. Sometimes people expect that scenarios are going to predict the future. And again, it's not about predicting the future. So scenarios are not going to be precise or detailed in order to elaborate prescriptive plans. They're not going to be immutable because they change over time as new evidences emerges. And they're not going to be unilateral because different scenarios will develop in different markets. And I think it's extremely important to understand that as we live in a world which is not linear, and we live in a world where, as I was mentioning, contrary to 25 years ago, contrary to a decade ago, we've got a whole series of data. We've got access nowadays to data lakes, to data which are produced and can be used in real time, which was not the case even a few years ago. And that's going to help us a lot in order not only to build scenarios, but actually to see the impact in real life of actions that can be taken to adapt to one scenario or another, and to assess whether one scenario or another is gaining in plausibility or is not gaining in plausibility. And that's a new way that we're using scenarios these days. Is a lot more agile, a lot more flexible, a lot more adaptable that we used to do it just a few years ago. So that's what we're going to do with you in this session. And we think it connects with the way you act yourself as entrepreneurs. And that's what we're going to dive into now. So I'm going to pass on to Armen to take the wheel, guide us along the journey. And Armen, tell us what the future might look like. Over to you, Armen.
Thank you very much, Francis, and hello, entrepreneurs. It's a pleasure to see so many of the familiar names again. I wish I could see all your faces, but as Francis has made clear, and as we saw actually with your Mentimeter input, we probably could have predicted that one day we'd have to run a session like this rather than meet in person. And here we are, trying to figure out what other uncertainties lie ahead, right? And let's do precisely that. Let's think about the biggest uncertainties on our minds. Okay, I want you to think about how the world may continue to evolve and how it will affect you and your business. Okay, think about how your customers might change their behaviors. Right, think about how governments might change their policies and their incentives towards entrepreneurs. Think about your workforce, their behaviors, the culture that you have among the workforce. Think about how the pandemic and how a potential vaccine might develop. Okay, in short, I want you to think through the major uncertainties on your mind that will affect you and your business over the coming 5 years. Now, I'm actually just going to be quiet for a few seconds while you do that. I want you to imagine that far ahead, the post-COVID phase, and what you think the uncertainties are that really are on your mind. There's a lot to be uncertain about right now, isn't there? When we do exercises like this, and Francis mentioned the kind of scenario planning that we do with our clients, etc. It's always fascinating to see kind of the range of thoughts that people have, the concerns. And actually what's I find even more effective is when you see or hear the thoughts of others, and that sparks more of your own ideas. And we're going to try to do some of that in a moment. And to be honest, this is a fun part of our jobs. You know, Francis and I get to, in our research team, we get to scan the horizon. We get to act kind of like a radar, looking for uncertainties, looking for trends and signals. And the more people you involve, the better the results, right? And the more diverse the inputs, the more thought-provoking the output eventually becomes. And when we did a kind of scanning exercise to plan for this session, we realized that the many uncertainties about the post-COVID world can broadly be categorized into a number of kind of logical spheres, okay? So ultimately, they can be attributed to how we live, to how we consume, to how we work, how we govern, and how we manage this pandemic, as well as other future shocks, right? As Francis said, this is just the current crisis, but there will be further shocks. So we settled upon these 5 spheres that you can see on the slide here. And within each sphere, we were able to kind of dig deeper into the specific uncertainties and trends within that. So for example, when you think about how we live, we have uncertainties like, you know, to what extent will we be interacting physically versus virtually? Will we remain more health conscious as a result of the pandemic? Many of us have become more health conscious. After the lockdown experience, will city planning seriously transform, right? We've seen cleaner air, less pollution, more cycling, all these things. Will that mean a transformation in urban environments? So obviously, being a research-based organization, we can't only rely on our kind of feelings and instincts. We're driven very much by the data and the evidence to support those signals and trends on the horizon. So for example, when we're examining changes in people's decisions about how and where to live, it's important to note that, for example, 17% of Parisians left the city in response to the lockdown. Now, Francis says he didn't, but it's hard to tell when somebody, you know, where you really are when you have a webcam, but that's a different matter. In New York, another example is that searches for properties in the suburbs shot up by 250%. Right. So when we're doing these exercises, we look at hundreds of trends and signals, and we talk to experts and researchers around the world, and we gather all this evidence. So you can imagine you can quickly build up a very complex map of uncertainties and trends across these kind of spheres. So those are the uncertainties. So let's dig a little deeper and think about how those uncertainties might actually play out. So let's use the sphere how we consume from our model to do this. And specifically within how we consume, let's look at a trend within that, which is the trend away from conspicuous consumption and towards more conscious consumption. So what do we mean by that? We mean that people are more consciously thinking about what they're buying, why they are buying it, and the impact that the purchases have, for example, on the environment or on society. Right, so let's look at the data. For example, 56% of respondents to a global consumer survey we did say they're buying more locally sourced products since COVID. Right, and 84% of those say they plan to continue doing so into the long term. So you're talking about real long-term fundamental shifts in the way people behave. Retailers, they've also seen massive growth in customer demand for sustainable practices since the beginning of the pandemic. And our surveys also show a massive increase in households around the world trying to limit the food waste since the pandemic. We also see growing interest in green household investments, so energy efficient products, electric vehicles, local energy equipment like solar panels or green energy tariffs, that kind of thing. So as consumers in much of the world, we've become more conscious about our consumption during COVID. The question is, will that last, right? Will it last? How much after COVID will that last? So let's think through this. First, I think it's important to recognize that we can see major differences across countries, even from the starting point, right? So you think of China, for example, their massive economic growth over recent decades has brought millions of people that didn't have disposable income suddenly have disposable income, and that led to serious conspicuous consumption. People wanted to show visible signs of their new status, so lots of luxury goods, etc. You add to that the fact that China, like many Asian countries, has emerged relatively well from the pandemic so far. And you can see that the pressure, therefore, towards conscious consumption stimulated by COVID may be weaker there compared to other markets, or at least slower to emerge. You contrast that with Europe, where it's a very different story, right? That already started out placing great importance on conscious consumption, again, relative to other countries. And that really has accelerated during the lockdown. So a lot of our evidence and surveys and data show a real change in Europe. And now we're entering a new phase, right? We're entering a new phase of the pandemic. Cases are rising again, more restrictions, more lockdown. And we'll see whether those trends maybe get embedded further. Will they get ingrained even more? Or perhaps we'll see a kind of backlash. So that's what we do with these uncertainties and trends, right? We try to imagine the different directions they might move in. And again, the more data that you have from different parts of the world, the better your perspective. Now, let me introduce a new lens. We've been talking about behavioral change, right? With consumers, it's very obvious. But when you talk about behavioral change, it's not always about individuals, right, like consumers. It's often the systems, right? The systems behavior also changes. That might be because of government policy, government systems. It might be healthcare systems or business practices, business norms. All these things can change. And the behavior of these systems and the behavior of individuals are connected, and they do actually influence one another. So again, going back to the example of consumption in China, the massive growth there led to very high pollution levels, right? But the high pollution levels meant that there are a lot of government incentives to make the economy cleaner and greener, right? So China is the most prolific producer of wind energy. In fact, it's more than twice the second generator, which is the US. It's also the leader on solar. They've got about a third of the world's solar generation capacity, right? And they built more systems last year than any other country. So the Chinese government is putting its full force behind this move. They've pledged to become carbon neutral by 2060, which is extraordinary when you consider where the country is right now. And those systemic incentives really can spur companies and entrepreneurs to innovate and have new green offerings. And in turn, that drives more innovation and advances the green economy. And all that drives yet further conscious consumption. So a kind of virtuous cycle gets established between the individual behaviors and the systemic behaviors. But what if that's not how things play out in the future? What if individuals and systems don't kind of sync up in that way and reinforce each other and create virtuous cycles? What if is the fundamental question that drives scenario analysis. And what we've done in this session so far is we've just introduced the building blocks to construct those what if scenarios. Okay, so we've covered the 5 spheres, the critical uncertainties, the distinction between individuals and systems. These are our kind of building blocks, and we're going to use those to construct our scenarios. How do we do that? Well, it's quite simple. We actually plot those what if questions on a chart, and you can see the chart here on the slide. The x-axis shows our individual behaviors. So you move towards the left, it's more about returning back to behaviors of the past before the pandemic. You move to the right, it's about accelerating change beyond the pandemic. So for example, towards more conscious consumption. You look at the vertical y-axis. This axis represents changing behaviors of systems, right? Governments, corporations, institutions, that kind of thing. So lower down, we move back to futures where the systems return to pre-pandemic behaviors. Moving up, it's the governments, the systems are reinventing themselves. They're taking on new behaviors. So for example, states that upgraded their social protection systems during the pandemic, they would continue to offer more supportive protection systems. All right, so that's the framework. What we're going to do now is actually talk about the scenarios. We've got we're going to open our minds to do that, and I'll need Francis's help to help me with that. We're going to share them out. We're going to do a couple each, but partly because my voice is getting dry, but mainly because you're probably all bored from hearing my voice. Let's get a romantic French accent to guide us through the first scenario. So Francis, take it away.
Thank you, Armin. I'm actually in Paris as a true Parisian, Armin, to avoid any misunderstanding. So let's first focus on the first scenario that we call collective change. And I want here to thank our colleague Omaro Mazzali, who's been really the driving force to define these scenarios. So if you think about this one, a few hypotheses to define this scenario. First of all, the resolution to the crisis is not as quick as people would have hoped. Safety issues with the early vaccines push distribution to 2022. But governments maintain a balancing act between limiting economic harm and keeping citizens safe. They invest in technological, health, and environmental systems so that social cohesion grows in this scenario. The economic recovery is slow to start because of what I was mentioning in terms of vaccine, but the government stimulus programs ultimately bear fruit. So you have to think in these scenarios that behavioral changes are going to last. One of the way we characterize that when we talk to clients is that every business is a health business. So the health dimension has a long-lasting impact in behavioral changes and in the way businesses develop their activities. Most of our life will remain online in these scenarios, so virtual habits become the norm, and the growth of e-commerce continue at a sustained pace. So if I had to summarize this one with two words, it would be around stakeholder capitalism becoming the norm. So stakeholder capitalism, think of these scenarios where both individual and systemic behaviors change dramatically as a result of a pandemic. So there is a consensus growing for collective transformation. Now that's the structure of a scenario. What we would like you to do now is to imagine what will happen to your business in this collective change scenario. Think of your strategy, think of your brand, customers, your workforce, your operation. And we invite you to contribute your thoughts through a word cloud. So it's the same system that you've been using initially. So please, if you can go now to menti.com, menti.com, use the same number, 2984648. I repeat, 2984648, and answer the question about how would that scenario impact your business. Thank you. I can see flexibility, adaptation, opportunity. People management. Open-minded. Adapt. Growth. Okay. Resilience. Innovation. Digitalization. People management. Okay, well, thank you a lot for this one. We're going to move in a second to the next scenario with you, Armin.
Thank you very much, Francis. And guys, that we will actually be coming back to those word clouds once we've gone through all the scenarios, so that we can compare them. So we'll come back to that one in a moment. So, as Francis said, let's move on to the second scenario. This one is called system crash, and it imagines a world where individuals have been inspired to change their behaviors by the pandemic, but these demands by citizens are not matched by systemic changes. Okay, so that can lead to frustration. So under system crash, ineffective public health interventions lead to uncontrolled transmission of the virus well into 2021, especially during the winter in the Northern Hemisphere. A vaccine is eventually found, but the global geopolitical landscape continues to fragment. There's no cooperative approach to battle the pandemic. The global economy is nudged deeper into the dark. Individuals are deeply impacted by the experience of the pandemic. They're frustrated with the continued failure of the technologies and from the central systems to battle respond to their desire for change. So they seek to drive change from the bottom up. So in the absence of government investment, communities form collectives to provide services at the local level. The global monopolies of the platform economy are increasingly challenged as people focus on buying locally produced, sustainable goods and services. So large global online retailers dissolve into separate local entities, and they're less dependent on global production chains. The failure of technology to handle the pandemic, the fatigue of kind of digital overload during the extended confinement breeds a kind of tech clash. People try to minimize the invasion of technology in their lives. And as the economic picture darkens, you get less of the purpose-driven business, the stakeholder capitalism that Francis was talking about. By 2025, there's a bit of hope, which is driven by a new generation of politicians and entrepreneurs determined to generate systemic change. But by 2025, things are tough. So that's system crash. So again, I'd like you to think about your business in the world of system crash. Think again about your strategy, your brand, your customers, your workforce, your operations, the different aspects of your business, and think, what will the implications be? And again, let's go back to Mentimeter to use as the place to communicate your feelings towards this. Which parts of your business will be most affected? What are the implications of system crash? And a very important point as you continue to give your input, if you see something on the screen in the word cloud that you agree with, please submit it again yourself. You can put as many as you want. You can submit as many things as you want. The more you see something that you agree with and it's reinforced, we understand then that that is an important thing for the collective group, and it will get bigger and bigger. So we're seeing risk getting bigger and bigger. Interesting, we see risk and opportunity, like true entrepreneurs. Alternatives, choices, options. Catastrophic, chaos, we would close. Consumers, supply chain. Lots of different parts of the business being person to person. That's a very important. I've seen a lot of different things related to people, personal rapport, again, personal connection. So again, if you see something that you like, please continue. And in the meantime, we will slowly move our way towards the third scenario, because I can see you're all still working on those. So I'll hand over to Francis for the third scenario.
Okay, thank you, Armin. Third scenario is the easiest one to understand and to own. It's back to business. And when we say back to business, it means that there are effective vaccines bringing a quick end to the pandemic. The recovery packages from governments are toned down, and government focus on rebalancing their books and reducing their level of public debts. The incentive to change are limited. There is a general sense of let's go back to business as quickly as possible, and most individuals and systems revert to the past patterns that we have seen prior to the pandemic. So think of entertainment venues, for instance, where people gather again. Think of borders reopening, trade, travel, vacation resuming as they were before. Office desk as well, coming back again in fashion, and as most people go back to their offices. And think about in-person commerce and retail experiences being very much in demand. So that's really the scenario that we like you to think about. And of course, in this back to business scenario, we'll have a G20 Young Entrepreneurs Summit next year in Italy, all together in the same room again to celebrate the fact that we are back to business. So now that you understand what it is about, we're going to ask you again to go to menti.com using the same number and tell us what you think it would mean for your business in this scenario. You can see growth, globalization, competition. Of course, there is an growth. It's interesting. I can see growth, sales, rapid rebound. There is another side of this scenario that I did not mention so much, but that you can quickly think about. Of course, is the polarization, the inequalities that we have seen before the pandemic becoming even bigger in that scenario. Opportunity to change, growth, innovation. So I think I've been selling this scenario, Armin, quite well. So we'll see if you can sell now the fourth scenario. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Francis. I don't know if I'm trying to sell it. I have noticed that I get the scenarios that are more about upheaval rather than so. But it is also, by the way, when we come back, I can see that even though this was a positive tone, things like growth, success, etc., it's a different tone from the first one about collective, which actually had more almost forward-looking stuff like flexibility, adaptability, innovation, resilience. But we'll come back to that. It's very interesting. So let's finish with our fourth and final scenario. It's called Big Society, and this one imagines a world where the leaders of government, corporations, institutions, civil society, they drive this systemic change in response to the pandemic, but individuals may not fully feel ready for these changes. So let's hear more about that. So in Big Society, the pandemic continues well into 2021. National governments realize that unilateral responses are failing. This leads to a more coordinated multinational effort to suppress the outbreak. So the G20 coordinates with drug companies to distribute a vaccine, ensuring that everyone in the world is vaccinated without charge. So governments, institutions, and business continue to work together to address the issues highlighted by the pandemic. So the direction, the depth, and pace of change, though, is too much for some citizens, right? Things are moving too fast, and that leads to social tensions and unrest in some countries and some communities. So, you know, governments have had a radical rethink of how healthcare, housing, transport, and other services are provided. So, for example, electric vehicles, all those targets have been brought forward earlier. Older generations that are less comfortable with the technologies that really sit at the heart of a lot of these systemic changes, they feel excluded, right? They're less able to work with these technologies. The regulations aimed at mitigating the impact of products and services on the environment and human health increase, but so do also the requirements for traceability of products to their source. So all these technology-based kind of regulations and rules really help to make things safer. That's great on one hand, but you also have the reaction to that as people react to the technologies and also the kind of all-seeing government. So companies collaborate with to help employees to retrain. Flexible working becomes the norm, but employees grow more concerned about the use of intrusive surveillance technology, right? Lots of employee-led activist movements arise, and they are quashed through company monitoring of worker communications, right? So governments introduce, for example, app-based health monitoring, right? That's great for curtailing potential epidemics, but then public concern grows about the increasing invasion of privacy from the health monitoring, right? People know more about our very personal details that a lot of people aren't comfortable about. So the return to economic growth is bumpy and takes time, and social tensions flare up intermittently, but the extent of national investment and the removal of things like trade barriers, etc., lay the foundations for longer term, more equitable kind of growth. So that's the fourth scenario, called big society. So as with the others, let's think about the implications for you, your business. Think of your strategy, think of your brand, think of your customers, your workforce, your operations. It's mentimeter.com again. The same site, the same code. And again, a reminder, when the word cloud is building and you see something that you agree with, please do repeat it yourself so that we get the sense of what people agree with. Lots of conspiracy theories here. Higher taxes, increased costs, co-creation, new products. So you're getting it's a very interesting dual perspective here of benefits and challenges of this scenario, which to me always feels realistic of the world, right? Globalization. Interesting, the word globalization. It's neutral when you see it on its own, but people will interpret it in different ways depending on their perspective. Surveillance state is staying huge. Growth. Jeff keeps finding his way in. Adaptation, that's another one that keeps coming up. We've seen adaptation, I'd say, in all of them so far. Growth. Okay, we will, as I said, we'll come back to these in just a moment. I'm just going to give a bit more time to let those grow. That one grow. All right, so we are in a moment, like I said, going to quickly remind ourselves of the 4 scenario word clouds. But before we do that, actually, I have a very simple question, and probably the obvious one. Which of these 4 scenarios do you think is actually most likely to actually play out in your country? Right, and as we said, things are very different in different countries. We've already talked about some of those differences. So is it collective change, as a reminder, which is where individuals and society leap forward together? Is it system crash, where systems stagnate and citizens push forward? Is it back to business, where systems and individuals revert back to the former status quo? Or is it big society, where systems try to push change, but with some resistance from society? So let's see your votes coming into there. So this is what you think will happen. This is not necessarily what you would like to happen, which may be something else. Please don't let that cloud your judgment too much. So let's see how this is going. At the moment, we have 40% in big society. We have 20% in each of the others. Interestingly, they're, as far as I can see, they're pretty even, with, apart from big society, jumping ahead. Although I think perhaps this is because there's been a small technical glitch, but I think that's fine. So I think the screen has frozen, but we'll come back to that in a moment. So if I think back, and hopefully we'll get a chance to look at those word clouds. Oh, here it's moving again. Ooh, back to business is growing fast with 30%, collective change 42%, 44%. So it's interesting. So the two more positive or benign scenarios that Francis talked about are the ones that you're all voting for, which suggests optimism, right? For a start. Secondly, I would say collective change is the greater long-term optimistic one, right? That's the one where everyone looks for a better future and moves together towards that future, whereas back to business is perhaps good in ways that we're comfortable with, that we know about, which have some downsides as well. In the meantime, big society is creeping up, but it's still clear that those two really are the ones that again, typical of optimistic view. So let's have a very, very quick look, Omar, if it's possible, at the word clouds. So I did notice things like adaptation. If you go to each of the word clouds, let's have a very quick look at them. I saw topics around people across all of them. I saw innovation, change, agility, adaptation, collective change. Some of them had more about these ideas about the employees and your people. That was a very interesting kind of thing. So you have here employee morale, people. It came out in many different ways, personal relationships, it came out, etc. So that was very interesting to see, and we'll see that in the broader discussions. Now let's think about that, because this is going to lead me to another question. I was specifically looking there for kind of cross-cutting themes, similarities that pop up across different word clouds. Now think about what that means. It means that you would consistently prioritize those parts of your business, right, in different scenarios. So whatever happens in the future, those things that you see that consistently crop up, you know that those are things that you want to invest in, right? We call those no regret investment, because however the future unfolds, the investment will pay off, right? So let's consider what areas might be suitable for you to look for no regret investments in your business. So think about all four of those scenarios. Look at the notes that you took. Think of those 5 areas that we've been examining: your strategy, your brand, your customers, your workforce, your operations, right? A lot of the words you wrote in the word cloud relate to one or more of those. So actually we'll let you choose 2. So Mentimeter will let you choose your 2 top priorities of where you would invest in order to kind of get those no regret investments, however the future turns out. So we can see strategy growing, strategy staying up there. Customers moving up, but strategy staying up there. And makes sense. So thinking about the future, planning for the future, strategic planning, it's something that people really don't do enough of, right? In a full scenario analysis kind of workshop, this is the stage we would really dig into your specific business, right? We've gone through the imaginative, creative part of the exercise. That's where you translate now to potential futures into real business decisions today. And imagining what seem like extreme scenarios is a very helpful way to bring a focus onto what's really most important to you and to your business. So, we often think about what's a high probability and a very high impact. Let's focus on that. And all this is exactly as you guys have said through this chart. It's about building your strategy and your plan for resilience. Okay, so thank you so much, entrepreneurs, for joining in this activity. I hope that's been helpful. The session isn't over, but what we are going to move to now is our final part. What we've gone through, if you think about it, it's a stimulating kind of examination of what might happen in the future and how we might best prepare for those different kinds of futures. But how are people already preparing? Now let's find out. And the way we're going to do that is to talk to people who have done actually an incredible job of already preparing for different futures. We're delighted to have with a number of the young entrepreneurs join us now in a panel session. So we're going to hear about how the pandemic is actually shaping their future and how it has been. So I'd like to welcome our panelists. We have Dun Zhao, the co-founder of 17 EdTech. We have Louis Debouzy, the founder and CEO of Amabilis. We have Noura Al-Shubaili, founder of Bazira Community, who's an emotional resilience coach. We have Kitty Liao, who's the founder and CEO of Ideabatic. And we have Michele Frisoli, CEO of the Manta Group. Welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for joining. So we've been through 4 scenarios of how the future could play out. Of course, we could create many more, but scenarios have to be based in reality, right? So we need to kind of listen and learn from real experiences, right, of what's actually shaping things on the ground, right? And you'll see that our panelists, their backgrounds are from very different backgrounds. They have very different stories to tell. Their businesses are very diverse. So we're going to delve deeper into each of those angles as we talk to each of them. So Dun Zhao, if it's okay, I would love to start with you. Let me just check that your microphone is working. Can we hear you? Can you hear us, Dun Zhao? I know we could hear you at the beginning. Dun Zhao, can you hear us? If you could unmute your computer. Let's maybe we'll move back to Dun Zhao in a moment. Perhaps Louis, are you there? Let's start with Louis.
Yes.
Fantastic. Louis, let's turn to you. So one of the kind of silver linings of the pandemic is the new spotlight on the care industry, right? We've really understood how important health is. And it's a sector that's sadly been overlooked, right, in many economic systems around the world. Now, I guess it's a testament to your entrepreneurial spirit that when you felt the impact of the pandemic, you didn't just raise the game of your existing business, right? You created something entirely new and disruptive. So please tell us about that journey and about how you see the care industry evolving in the future.
Yes, of course. First, thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. So not physically, but it's so great. So yes. So basically, we have 2 activities. We do home caregiving. So we hire nurses and caregivers for people with disabilities or aged people. And we have a second activity. We sell medical equipment. During the crisis, the second activity, so the selling of medical equipment, totally dropped down. For one simple reason, most of our patients or clients, they didn't want anymore to be in touch with the technician guy or woman, because when you need to buy a new medical equipment, you need to try it out, and then you need to be, it needs to be set up. And of course, for now, it's still set up by a human. And so the activity totally dropped down. So we have decided to start a new business, like totally new. Before, so we were working for individuals. So it was a B2C business. And so we have decided to start a totally new business and to build a marketplace which connects manufacturers and professionals from the health field. So we have created Hello Medical, which connects brands and manufacturers with dentists, with physical therapists, with doctors, in order to buy their equipment.
Very interesting. So you've actually decided to go into disrupting an entirely new market.
Yes.
Was that an obvious decision, or was it a difficult journey to get to that point?
No, it was like, I don't know, maybe 2-3 months. We saw that the activity was, let's say, like, I don't know, maybe 80-90% down. And we say, okay, we will try something new. It's working. And I'm very excited because it's a way new business. And of course, we thought about it for like maybe 2 or 3 months. For now, we didn't decide to stop, the first activity, which was selling medical equipment to individuals. But let's say that all of our patients, they've decided to delay or to cancel their buying of medical equipment.
Very cool. Very cool. So that's a great example of what we call kind of jumping the S-curve. You're still in your business, and then you're already building your next one, innovating the next strategic growth area. Very interesting, and interesting to connect that to Dun Xiao. If we can hear Dun Xiao, can you hear us now? I can see that you have unmuted yourself, but for some reason we can't hear you. So we'll come back to you. Yeah, we'll come back to you in a moment. Hopefully you can fix that. Perhaps you leave and rejoin or something like that. In the meantime, let's turn to Kitty Liao. Now your business, Kitty, let's just check that we can hear you.
Hello.
Excellent. Nice to see you, Kitty. So your business is directly involved in the pandemic space, right? So I'll let you describe it because I don't want to get it wrong. I'm not a multi-award-winning former CERN physicist like you are, so I probably would get it wrong. But as well as hearing about your pandemic response, I'm very interested in your view of our preparedness for future crises, right? You've seen what's worked and what hasn't worked. It would be great to hear your view of your confidence for our reaction to the next crisis, the next pandemic. So Kitty, please.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I spent more than 10 years working with systems in very cold environment. And so I founded Ideabatic, inspired by a humanitarian hackathon I participated in 2014 at CERN, where I used to work as a physicist and engineer to upgrade the Large Hadron Collider. So in that event, I was really shocked to hear that 20 million children still not receiving any basic vaccinations, and every year between 2 and 3 million children die of a vaccine preventable disease. And this is largely because the cold chain issues happening in the last mile of the vaccine delivery in these developing countries. So with my background, I thought there must be a way to solve this. So we, Ideabatic, would develop SMILE, a smart last mile vaccine carrier, to cover that journeys from a few hours to 7 days, which currently is just not possible. And SMILE lasts for 14 times longer than existing, the kind of like the cool box style products. And it has a fail-safe design to eliminate that vaccine spoilage caused by human errors, which is a huge, huge problem. And for us, the product has been iterated, tested, and field proven. So we're now fundraising for production, and we're so keen to be involved in countrywide planning for vaccine cold chain. And so because of this COVID situation, we were unable to visit our potential users and manufacturing partners abroad. So in a way, this kind of makes our life easier. So to reconcentrate on sourcing manufacturers locally in Britain, where we can travel relatively easily. And this would allow us to have more control over the whole process to reduce the risks in product delivery. And so the situation with COVID also opens up opportunities for us, which means that we could help with mass vaccination and testing, especially when reaching out to vulnerable populations for the whole world. And luckily, we also won a pandemic grant funding from the Royal Academy of Engineering, so that's always a good thing. And at the moment, we're working with a logistics company just to talk about kind of like potential plans going forward. Having said that, we started speaking to decision makers in NHS England, Scotland, and in the cabinet at the beginning of the pandemic and during the pandemic, but there was just no response on how and whether there's any plan delivering vaccines to 67 million people in the UK, especially for those who can't get to vaccination points easily. And some of these people in higher up positions, they just think there won't be any problems at all, even though a lot of these vaccines would require a second booster to really increase the herd immunity. So we feel that the UK still hasn't learned from that, the PPE panic and then the poor response and planning. And looking at countries like Taiwan or South Korea. From Taiwan, they have learned from the SARS pandemic and were able to react so quickly in the first place. And they have continued to do so well to minimize deaths and economy risks. And so far, there have been only 7 deaths across Taiwan, which has a population of 24 million people. And if we were to look at the economy growth since COVID in the first 5 months, UK has decreased by 15%, China down by 7.7%, Japan down by 8.4%, and Taiwan maintain a positive growth of 1.5%. So yes, UK, come on, we just need to get together and stop all this nonsense. And for us, Ideabatic, we've been more than delighted to help involve in coaching and logistics planning. And if you know any decision makers in your country, we'd be more than happy to help.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kitty. I mean, when we're talking about these scenarios and trying to figure out what's going to happen, I feel like of everyone here and on this call and listening, you are probably the person most able to actually shape what happens next through your vaccine distribution system. So thank you very much for that.
We're still trying, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Dunjao, I can see that you're back. Let's just test your voice now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
We can. Fantastic. So Dunjao, let me turn to you. So, we've heard a few different stories here. Now, you're an example of a firm that was already booming and then just accelerated even more. I mean, your firm's been valued at $3 billion, if I'm not mistaken. And you sit at that fascinating intersection between education and technology, right? And both of those are booming. And technology obviously saved absolute disaster during the lockdowns through allowing digital learning, home working, etc. But it's also shone a light on the dangerous gaps between those who have access to digital learning and those who don't. And I think that's important. So please tell us a bit about how you responded to the pandemic and how you think this experience will shape both your company and the global education industry.
Well, thank you, Aman, for your question. It's an honor to meet everyone and share here. So we are an edtech company based in China, and we focus mainly on K-12 education for kids from age 6 to 18. And to date, we have over 100 million registered users studying on our platform, with every day over 20 million students studying on our platform. We've been doing this, focusing on using technology to promote both the fair access and more efficient education for the last 9 years. And as Aman mentioned, it's been booming, but it's never been growing exponentially. I think it's a little bit unfortunate that we had to have this crisis to enter the era of digital learning. I think 2020 is actually the first year of actual digital learning, but I think it is fortunate that we are here. We, from about 10 months ago, from January, when we first found out there was this virus breakout in Wuhan in China, we have been working very, very hard to meet the demand of various users, teachers, students, parents, schools. Lots of schools and even local governments come to us for solutions because schools have closed. Parents are very agonizing over how their kids can learn and grow. And we had unprecedented demand. We even had demands from outside China, which were not areas where we used to do business before. For instance, the Ministry of Education in Singapore recently approached us for education informationization total solution, an upgrade to their student learning platform. I think this crisis will have a profound impact on how we learn. I think children, the next generation, they already grow in an environment that is both physical and digital. It's a blended environment. I think it's a little bit slow for us adults to catch up on this, but it's a fact. It's their reality that they have grown up with these digital content and even friends. So I think your learning experience is your whole life experience. So I think learning is definitely going to be blended in the future. So be it an offline school or an offline learning center, everyone is now thinking about digitization. And all the internet companies are thinking about how we utilize technology such as AI and big data to help everyone learn better and more efficiently. And I also want to thank you for mentioning this digital access gap. I think it's a real problem, but it's already somewhat helped by the utilization of technology in education. Before we had to ship teachers to remote villages and mountains to deliver the best educational resources and the best classes, but now we can use Zoom instantaneously. However, there is still people who do not have adequate access to education. And for that, I think the Chinese government actually set a good example. I think to date, the mobile internet coverage, mainly 4G, has already covered 98% of the country, including all the villages. And the government has invested heavily on infrastructure earlier this year and coined this term, new infrastructure. So on top of traditional infrastructure that supports the so-called traditional industries, the new infrastructure focuses on essential foundations of the digital economy, including 5G, AI, cloud, data centers, etc., that facilitates better utilization of information and data. So before, China built lots of roads and railways, and now people can travel. But now Chinese government is investing really heavily on building the so-called information highway, so that companies and institutions like ours can build the digital cars and trains to travel on those. So for us, knowledge, content, classes can travel freely. And I know that all of the people in the world should have access to the digital world. I think it's the same as air or water to me, I think, for the next generation. And I hope, going back to the scenarios you were mentioning, I hope that the governments can work together to go to these scenarios of collective change or big society to solve these fundamental infrastructures together. I hope that politics don't get in the way of such essential investments, and we can all provide a foundation for our next generation to be able to learn freely with the best content wherever they are, whatever time they want. And I definitely envision a world where learning is everywhere for everyone and is almost free. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Jinzhao. It's very, very interesting. When we think of the future, people often imagine things being linear or smooth. In real life, there are always step changes, and it feels like as you say, this pandemic has been a step change that will mark a shift in the future trajectory of these things, especially digital learning. And often those step changes have a big role from government. So that's very interesting. Noura, let's turn to you. Noura, Al-Shubaili, can you hear us? Let's just check that you can hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Thank you very much. So you are an emotional resilience coach, and I guess demand for your services must be pretty high right now. It'd be very interesting to hear your journey over the past few months for you and your organization. Has it been, as we said, that kind of slow, steady progress, or have there been peaks? What compare right now to the beginning? It must have been a very interesting kind of journey. But also looking ahead, how do you see that evolving in the future now that there's so much greater awareness everywhere in the world about emotional and mental health issues?
Yes, absolutely. That's such a great point and such a great question. I believe that for my own business, this pandemic has actually been a positive effect for it. Now more than ever, people are dealing with unprecedented changes, and change by default is very destabilizing to our psychology as humans. We do not like feeling uncertain. It's not nice, it's not comfortable, we do not know what's lying ahead. And this uncertainty isn't just on an individual level, it's on a government level, it's on a collective level globally. So what I have done with my business is that I've taken it fully online. I've started establishing online communities instead of real life workshops that I used to do. And what that ended up doing is actually enabling further access to my content. So I've had people from all around the Middle East tuning into my workshops that I crafted in a way that addressed the things that came up to people during the pandemic, like fear and anxiety, stress. So it actually made my business even more relevant considering the global context. So that's something I've been doing, and that's been working because we even have a high penetration of the internet and smartphones. So it's easy for people to just tune in. So looking at it from that lens, that's how it is for my business. And that's how I see it moving forward. I was pleasantly surprised by how Zoom can be genuine and helpful, and maybe not as good as in person, but quite close to it.
Very good. Thank you, Noura. It is fascinating to see how everybody has, the step change in the conversation about these issues. Again, we felt it happening before the pandemic, but there's been an absolute step change in people being prepared and able to talk about these issues, and so we need a lot more Nouras to help us in the future. So I'm very happy to hear that it's happening, that this is a reality, that these services are being provided, and that digital methods allow them to be provided at scale in this kind of environment. So thank you, Noura. So you can already tell, by the way, people, how different these all our entrepreneurs are in terms of what they do. Michele, who we're going to talk to next, Michele Frisolit. So what I found fascinating about Michele, which will be true for many other companies in the YEA, is that you, Michele, your company, the Manta Group, is intimately tied up in international supply chains, right, in aerospace and automotive industries. So, when the crisis broke out, most of the reaction was very national, right? Every country kind of looked inside at itself, and they ignored the impact on the really important supply chains that we all needed. And especially, travel routes, etc., were breaking down, let alone the trade issues. So you saw both, right? You saw the impact on your own manufacturing and the impact across the supply chains with your clients, etc. So please tell us about how that played out and what you've learned and how you see that potentially playing out in the future, Michele.
Absolutely. Thank you, first of all, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to share my experience. Yes, we are very different from the companies we saw until now. We're a manufacturing business, and we work into the aerospace and automotive global supply chains. We're a manufacturer of parts. We specialize in production of parts in composites and metal, and we produce sub-assemblies that then we deliver to our final clients. So we deliver the parts, and they go to the final assembly line. Now, what we've seen is that, of course, COVID strongly impacted our business, especially, I mean, first of all, because the volumes strongly decreased. So we've seen a reduction only in March of 50%, and it was not, let me say, the critical month. It was about 43% reduction in aviation and in air traffic, and there was a 35% decrease in volume in automotive. So with this, we started, together with the reduction of volumes, we started to experience a very strong difficulty in procuring the parts, because borders started to close. There was a lot of panic around the government. They didn't know how to manage mobility. And Italian government on March 8th was the first government to go on lockdown. So we had the country that was completely shut down, and it was pretty complicated. Now, at that moment, being part of a global supply chain, of course, we work for companies like Boeing, Mitsubishi, Fiat Chrysler, Leonardo. So we ship 80% of our products across the borders. So they go to US, to Japan, and it's been for us really a logistic challenge. Although I have to say, together with that, in a moment like that, a company like ours, you know, you have two options. One is wait and see what can happen on the market, and another one is react and try to focus your resources on what you think might be, you know, the next move, and might generate also a little bit of confidence, because we dealt with panic from people, uncertainty, and global supply chain disruption. And together with that, we had the financial institutions that were pretty worried about what's going to be the situation for all the companies involved in global supply chain. So what we've done, we shut down completely our automotive area on March 24th. And at that moment, we moved all the best resources we have in R&D department into a completely new, on a completely new challenge. We wanted to exploit our competencies in composites in order to make masks that in that moment, it's a very simple product, but in that moment were not available. And it was a completely different product in terms of specialization for us. So we started doing research. A week later, we came up with the first prototype of mask, which was not certified. And we started to give it to communities, because everyone was fearing this virus and the spread of it. And after a few weeks later, we started to procure materials from countries that used to make those materials, and countries namely are China and Turkey. But it was impossible, because like Turkish government forbid Turkey from exporting materials for masks, and same thing happened to China, where there was a huge demand coming from all over the world. So that was the moment when we focused on how can we do it in the country. And so we created a local supply chain, readapting materials were produced by Italian companies. And we certified our first mask with the Italian Institute of Health. It was beginning of May, and then we started supplying masks to the civil protection. These had a huge impact on, I have to say, people psychology, because like they started to find a new purpose. And of course, for us, it was an opening of a complete new business. Today, we are part of 2 technological hubs for all the manufacturers that produce medical devices in Italy. And we created a spin-off of our company, which is called MantaMed. And so we are trying to support the country and the civil protection on this topic. If I have to look at the future based on these experiences, of course, we diversified. In the end, we basically raised the salaries as a paradox in an industry that was in complete crisis, and we hired new people due to the new division. But what was the big point at that time was like the motivation of people, how you communicate things in a moment of uncertainty, and how you create motivation into people was the real key challenge. It's not about Not necessarily. I mean, of course, you got to have technology at the basis. We're a technological company, and we make things that must fly or must go on the road, so they must be safe. But in the end, the final product is always a product of people approach. Looking at the future, I mean, we were talking about scenarios before in your panel, and I don't know which scenario perfectly fits the situation. But if I have to give my, perspective, is probably I see global supply chains on one side becoming, for fundamental parts that need a lot of movement, a little bit more local. And this does not mean necessarily something wrong, because it would also have a very positive impact on environment. On the other side, I see a widening of global services and the increase of transparency of all those businesses that do not require a lot of movement or that require specializations that specific countries are able to give. So let me say a mid-ground between the closed economies that we saw probably 80 years ago and the total globalization on everything, looking only at cost. I see a more homogeneous world where rules are the same for everyone, and we try to make people catch up. We were talking about kids that don't have access to education. Like if the whole world levels up, I think that globalization can reshape its fundamentals, and it would have a very good impact on us.
Very good. Thank you very much, Michele. And thank you to all of you. I mean, we're running quite short on time, actually. And so what I'm going to do is I had a couple of questions left. I'm going to combine them, and I'm going to ask you, each of you, very, very quickly. So it'll only be about 1 minute each. I'm sorry about that, but that's where we are with the time. So 1 minute each to please tell us, what do you see as potential no regret investment areas in your business? And secondly, what could you commit to doing in the future? Something very pragmatic. Something we want to do to end this session is to say, look, we've talked about the big, imaginative, creative idea of scenarios, but we want to translate into tangible action that can help us prepare for a better future. Okay, so I'd like those two things. So your view on a no regret investment and your view on something you can commit to that's hard. For those of you in the audience, while this is happening, you can go to Mentimeter and give your own view on commitments. We can look at that afterwards. But in the meantime, let's go back to our panel. That can happen in the background in Mentimeter. Michele, while you're talking, let's go back to you and we'll go backwards through the group again. Your no regret investment and your commitment.
Well, I mentioned it before. For sure, my no regret investment was people, and I realized that they're pivotal. So one is people and one is strategy, because we would have not been able to invest in people and technology in this moment if we didn't have a strategy of saving for those disaster recovery funds that we managed to use right now, even in the moment of crisis. The commitment right now is keep investing in people and look for what are all those classes, all those trainings that they can do to elevate their competencies. I mean, someone pretty famous said, don't hire smart people and tell them what to do, but let them tell you what to do. And that, I think, would be our greatest achievement looking at the future.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Michele.
Thank you.
Noura, let's turn to you. So your no regret investment and your commitment for the future.
Sure. My no regret investment would definitely be in technology. So actually investing in a platform for e-courses, for workshops, for webinars to distribute my content further. And this leads me to my second point, which is the future commitment. Something very dear to heart is actually adding to the Arabic content on mental health and well-being, which has a lot of room for improvement and development, especially in such pivotal times. It's more important than ever to translate and enrich on psychology and emotional well-being, and I intend to do more of that.
Fantastic. Very good. Thank you, Noura. Dunjal, let's hear from you. Your no regret investment and your commitment.
Yeah, I didn't talk to Michele in advance, but I totally agree with him. For sure, my no regret investment would be also on people. I have noticed that a person who has a diverse experience, so for instance, living in many countries, tend to be more resilient. It is impossible almost to have a person who is infinitely resilient, but I think it is possible to build a team that is resilient by having a more diverse team. So that's something specific that we are doing. We're a very young team. Average age is I think 25. So we're now hiring more older people. We also formed like a stakeholder committee. For instance, teachers from schools, officials from governments, professors from academia, journalists from media, and also student members who are only 10 years old or so, to give us advice on various parts of our strategy and operations. And in hiring, we are also looking more into diversity. We had mostly Chinese before, but now we're looking into hiring people with different races, different cultures, different religions. And I think that people, teams that are resilient can take us to a more uncertain future and a brighter future. In terms of commitment, I think it's also related to this. This time we had a physical virus that had huge disruptions in the physical world. But who knows? Maybe next time we have a digital virus that has a huge disruption in the digital world. So I think in terms of commitment, we're also diversifying our operations. So I've noticed recently that lots of offline businesses are struggling. Hotels, real estate companies, supermarkets, travel agencies. And as I mentioned, I believe learning is a blended experience. In the time of social distancing, you can use digital technology to complement intimacy, but it's never as good as face-to-face learning, at least for the next 5 decades. So we are now approaching the offline scenarios, the offline places, to build them into learning centers. I believe in the future, all these businesses I mentioned can have a role also in learning. And I believe all these offline businesses, they're all thinking about this digital transformation to diversify their user experience, so that when you're buying a milk or an egg, maybe you can also learn something. So that's my sharing. And I hope that we can have more diverse and friendly and intellectual and stimulating sharing sessions like this, so that we can all go to a brighter future together.
Very good. Thank you so much, Tinzhao. Just in the interest of time, Kitty, let's very quickly move on to you, and there's Louis as well. So Kitty, please.
Sure, thank you. So for us, there would be two things. So the first one is keep our radar on what's going on around the world and what we can do and we might do. And so we participate in these humanitarian events every year, evaluating problems that we could help with. And so that is definitely something we continue doing. And the second one is, of course, the talent side of things, and bringing out the good side of people, and then work with the similar people with a similar mindset in order to make real impact. Commitment for us, next stage is to secure funding from grants and philanthropists, ideally, for us to bring Smile to the field and to reach out to everyone, however difficult the journey is. And at the same time, also working with organizations who can be agile and make good decisions.
Excellent. Thank you, Kitty. And finally, Louis, let's hear from you.
Yes, very quickly. So definitely my no regret investment is people. My main activity is a caregiver. So without caregivers, we cannot do our business. And we are redesigning all the, the way we pay them. And in France, it's very difficult to have a good wage for these kind of professionals. And second, my commitment for the future would be the technology, especially for our second activity, like medical equipment, because we believe that there are possibilities to form our clients via the technology in order to, to set up things. So I would say that it's definitely technology.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, all of you. This has been fantastic. I'm afraid we've run out of time. I can tell you by
In 2016, Vision 2030 was launched to position the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as the heart of the Arab and Islamic worlds. A global hub connecting 3 continents, an epicenter of trade and the gateway to the world. And since SMEs play an important economic role, an ambitious goal to increase their GDP contribution from 20% to 35% was set. And to raise the Saudi economy's global ranking from 19th to 15th. Thus, the Small and Medium Enterprises General Authority, Monsha'at, was established with a role spanning 16 functions. Our vision is to transform the SME sector into an essential driver of the Kingdom's economic development, contributing significantly to the achievement of Vision 2030. And to support SMEs' growth and competitiveness by building a supportive ecosystem and an entrepreneurial society through driving cooperation with our strategic partners in public, private, and nonprofit sectors locally and internationally. Monsha'at aspires to create a supporting ecosystem, promising SMEs and entrepreneurial society. From this, we derive our 6 pillars: driving demand, ease of doing business, access to financing, business support, societal culture and education, and innovation and technology adoption. Since then, we've designed services and initiatives that service businesses of all sizes. First are the SME financing services, including the Indirect Lending Initiative, the Venture Capital Initiative, the Financial Guarantee Program, and FinTech Solutions. Then comes the business facilitation services, like Esterdad, which enables startups to recover paid governmental fees, and a number of SME initiatives developed with multiple governmental entities. As for support and development initiatives, they include scale-up programs, training solutions, consultation, mentoring services, and discounted services. Monsha'at 360, Business Atlas platform, spreading and building the capabilities of Saudi brands. Followed by entrepreneurship initiatives like hubs and innovation centers, and issuing licenses services for business incubators and shared workspaces. Finally, the support centers, which provide business support services and offer the chance to connect with select entrepreneurship specialists and consultants to upbring an empowered, innovative generation. This is Monsha'at, and this our role to serve enterprises and to enable them to partake in realizing Vision 2030 and more.
Welcome to Young Entrepreneurs Alliance. Greetings to all our audiences from all around the globe attending this session here in Riyadh or virtually. Today, we will talk about the impact of entrepreneurship on the economy. Entrepreneurs are national assets to be cultivated, motivated, and remunerated to the greatest possible extent. Great entrepreneurs have the ability to change the way we live and work. When successful, their innovations may improve standards of living, and in addition to creating wealth with entrepreneurial ventures, they also create jobs and contribute to a growing economy. New products and services created by entrepreneurs can produce cascading effect where it stimulates related businesses or sectors that need to support a new venture, furthering economic development. Think of the times during COVID-19 in Saudi Arabia and the globe, and how startups led the way to serving their communities by continuing to deliver products, services in health, and other types of services that were needed. Certainly, technology enables new markets to be developed. And that will be what we will talk about today, as there is a huge social impact and community development that cascades from these entrepreneurs. And in order to shed the light or more on the entrepreneurial scene in Saudi Arabia and the advancement that we have witnessed, joining me today in this esteemed panel, the Vice Governor of Entrepreneurship at Small and Medium Enterprises General Authority, Assam Adhikar, the CEO and board member of Saudi venture capital company, SVC, His Excellency Dr. Nabil Koshak, the Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Ministry of Investment, Dr. Mazen Zaidi, the Chairman at Raz Group and Chairman of Entrepreneurs Committee at Riyadh Chamber. It's a pleasure to host you all today and to have you in this session. And I'm going to start by you, Dr. Nabil, here. You have been through multiple journeys through your career. You've been experiencing academia, you've been experiencing multiple tech valleys, and at the same time, you've been an integral player in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And today, with your capacity as a CEO of the Saudi Venture Capital Fund, would like you to describe the impact of entrepreneurship on that social aspect that you have seen changing over the years, and what happened in terms of the mindset. So if you can walk us through that journey in a few minutes, we would appreciate it.
I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yes, yes, it's very clear.
Thank you, Amal. I think there has been many, I would say, aspects of transformation happened, specifically in Saudi Arabia and the whole region. And what happened specifically in Saudi Arabia, that the Vision 2030 has highlighted the importance of entrepreneurship as an important vehicle of economic and social transformation. And since then, we have been seeing the transformational, I would say, happening on the mindset of entrepreneurs have evolved. We're seeing innovative products and solutions and services where they thrive through this journey. We are seeing also the local authorities and the governments have been working aggressively on updating and changing the regulatory environment to be more friendly for entrepreneurs and startups, and also for investors who are investing in these startups. We're seeing more evolving professional angel investors and angel investor groups. We're seeing more professional emerging fund managers that are investing in this riskiest asset class, which is actually investing in startups at their very early stage, as well as they grow on their entrepreneurial journey. I think different stakeholders in the ecosystems have worked collectively to achieve that aggressive transformation and happening in the ecosystem. Just to show some numbers, for instance, 2019 witnessed 93% increase on the number of invested deals. And there was 35% in the total amount of capital invested in startups. And you can see how is the maturity level of the ecosystems evolving in terms of investable startups, and because entrepreneurs have quality, I would say, products and services that can evolve. And in addition to that is actually the number of participants in terms of all the stakeholders and the I would say other players in the ecosystem. The other thing is actually happening is this connectivity between what's happening in Saudi Arabia and what's happening in the region. So we are seeing a couple of actually entrepreneurs scaling their companies beyond Saudi Arabia to address different markets. We are seeing also investors, angel investors and VCs joining the scene and investing within Saudi Arabia in a couple of startups. So entrepreneurship, by definition, by nature, it's a multi-country or cross-country market where actually things happen cross countries. And this actually transformation happening in Saudi Arabia is allowing this and unleashing the potential of entrepreneurs to thrive and grow despite all the challenges.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. And as you rightly said, you know, we're seeing that time of unleashing all these talents. We're seeing that cross collaboration that's happening within the region as well, which will only impact that growth, you know, in an accelerated manner. And that probably turns it back to another point, you know, how important it is to focus on those drivers, those entrepreneurs, and the relationship, you know, between the demographics that we're experiencing here in Saudi Arabia and in the region, and if that has any relationship towards that entrepreneurial revolution that we see. And I'm turning back to you here, Mr. Riyad, to give us your thoughts, you know, on the entrepreneurial demographics that we have and where are we going from here?
Thank you so much for having me over here. I say hi to all the panelists with me. Honestly, I mean, Dr. Nabil maybe, I mean, gave a real good overview of what's happening here in Saudi Arabia. I might add just the situation that we're here, what we're passing through over here in Saudi Arabia, since you've mentioned the demographics, we're passing through this demographical gifts, which happens once a lifetime for any nation, whereby most of the population is less than 30 years old. In this case, that's what Prince Mohammed, I think, he's really capitalizing on. The driving force of these young people in different sectors. But since we're talking about the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Saudi Arabia, I think all these facilities, all these government entities and capital market and investors who's really seeing the potential, seeing the opportunity in these young entrepreneurs in Saudi Arabia, especially in Riyadh maybe, since it's the biggest city. These young people, I think they have something that the old generation didn't have, which is you can. Now with everything happening in the internet, the ability of cross-region businesses, the ability of going global, the ability and the access on capital and fundraising. All of these things are driver for this ambition that a lot of young people in Saudi Arabia they have. Usually, I mean, it's either you solve a problem or you create a need. We've seen a lot of people now, you know, thinking of disruptive market, thinking outside the box, thinking of, I mean, they stopped thinking just importing all these ideas from the West and thinking of creating something new that they can add and that they can export outside. This ecosystem, honestly, I think worldwide, it took around 50 years to reach to this maturity in the West. But in Saudi Arabia, I think the acceleration of, you know, the happening of Monsha'at, the happening of all the ministries, the happening of SVC and JADA and all the drive that takes investors to go and jump in this special kind of investment. I think all of these things gave the ability for people to think big. And this gonna really pay back, inshallah, in the coming future to the government and to the country and to reach the Vision 2030, because the driving force of the Vision 2030 is the youth, is the coming generations, inshallah. So that's what I can add, and thank you.
I couldn't agree more, Mr. Riyad, on that statement of the you can generation, the generation that's really creating the new ways of doing and solving problems, you know, in Saudi Arabia and in the region. And maybe that actually showed in the last report of the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. We've seen some interesting stats, some interesting mindset and KPIs that have changed, you know, in the past period. And I'll mention one of them in the latest report, 2019 and 2020, that almost 70% of Saudi adults consider starting a business to be a good career choice. And that, I believe, have changed, you know, over the years, and there's a lot of efforts that have contributed and a lot of players that have contributed to that change in mindset to be more accepting and to look into entrepreneurship as one of the career paths that young youth today would probably actually consider. So I'm gonna direct it to Mr. Hassam here to tell us, your view about why are we witnessing that change in Saudi Arabia? What are the efforts around this that are happening around us that led us to this point?
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure, honestly, to be part of this panel as representing small and medium enterprises, as well as representing entrepreneurs within the kingdom and from the world. Honestly speaking, entrepreneurship culture and mindset we witnessed has been significantly positive during the last 2 years. The 2 years and the entrepreneurship importance for all nations in the G20 as well as for Saudi Arabia because of 2 reasons. Number one is it's the most industry that can create jobs. Number two is the entrepreneurship can be contribution to GDP more than before. We can see all the G20 countries, the contribution with small and medium enterprises are so huge. So with the Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia, Monsha'at has been launched in 2016 to focus on small and medium enterprises, to boosting the entrepreneurship ecosystem, to enable and to as well as solving the problem. So far, what have been done in Monsha'at, we established maybe the Saudi Venture Capital Company, which is His Excellency Dr. Nabil, the CEO is here, and he's more knowing than me of what they are doing to help the entrepreneurs from the co-matching and from the investment, as well as attracting international VCs. The second is how small and medium enterprises, how the ecosystems solve the problem from accessing the market. The second challenge for entrepreneurs is how they access the market. So we now, if we are in US, it's very easy to access and scale your business as an entrepreneur to come to Saudi Arabia. But the first question for us in small and medium enterprises, Monsha'at, why international entrepreneurs and local access this kind of market? I think, and we believe that the all priority sectors, Hajj and Umrah, tourism, entertainment, sport industry, oil and gas, all of this is the value proposition for Monsha'at. What have been done so far to change the culture of entrepreneurs and the change culture for people to think of starting new businesses compare of going as a regular job workers. We launched the program for university startups, and this program, and Dr. Nabil helped us honestly on this program to help the university, to help the students, even the faculties, to start their businesses from the university, because we really believe that the talent and the pool, they have everything from the prospects of education and commercialization of their patent. This is the first program that we launched to change the culture. The second one is we launched with the Ministry of Education a path to educate the entrepreneurship skills. We really believe that only maybe 2%, 3% from the people will be entrepreneurs. So in a state of the exploration of entrepreneurship for these people, for these students, we worked closely with all ministries and as well as the universities. Now, last but not least, to disrupt the culture, we should do something new. So we launched our BBAN version, which is the biggest entrepreneurship festival in the Middle East. So until now, the visitors of entrepreneurs is more than 500,000 people from the globe. So international speakers, in this platform, we brought all the government, the international, the VCs, the startups to be in the one place for 4 days, in addition to sharing the experience and the successful people. We have been invited, the CEO and the founder for PayPal, the founder for Starbucks, the founder of Netflix. All of them give the entrepreneurs locally and internationally their experience and their successful recipe to make it easier for other entrepreneurs to accelerate their success. BBAN, one of the platforms that we are proud in Saudi Arabia now, and it will be international, since Saudi Arabia, the value proposition from different three countries, Asia, Europe, and Africa, is giving us this edge to be leading on this industry.
Absolutely, absolutely.
In addition to this, Amal, we have been launched with other government entities to attract the entrepreneurs, and my colleague here, Dr. Mazen from Ministry of Investment, can elaborate more on international entrepreneur visa. Saudi Arabia, before 2 or 3 years, launched international entrepreneur visa. Any international entrepreneurs, they are most welcome to come to Saudi Arabia to start their business, and we are treating this international startups and entrepreneurs as same as we are treating the Saudi and citizen. Dr. Mazen is here. Maybe he's the right guy to talk more, since we are in the live podcast and we are seeing a lot of international entrepreneurs are participating on the chat for this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think that gave us a broad idea about the role of Monsha'at over here and the great role of advocacy that have been done, throughout the past years towards promoting the idea of entrepreneurship and bringing the best examples and passing the knowledge. And as you mentioned, maybe around advocating for certain cases and the support that you gave us all over the years to registering these companies here in Saudi Arabia. So I would like you to shed the light on these services for entrepreneurs, for investors, and what does that mean? Why are you doing it? Because there's a huge impact, obviously, on that. So to you, Dr. Mazen.
Yes, thank you, Amal, and thank you, Assam. Let me start where Assam actually ended. So 3 years ago, if you were a foreign entrepreneur and you wanted to set up your business in Saudi Arabia, that would have been impossible. Forward time from that till today, today we have more than 350 foreign entrepreneurs that have been licensed and set up in Saudi. The Ministry of Investment, and previously known as SAGA before transforming into ministry, has given huge attention to entrepreneurs, also venture capital firms, and supporting them to be able to invest in the kingdom. I think what's so unique within Saudi as becoming now the fastest growing startup ecosystem in the region is how the openness of the Vision 2030 has unlocked many opportunities in the kingdom. We've seen entrepreneurs across different sectors setting up into Saudi. Us as MISA working very closely with our partners, whether in the public or the private sector, trying to enable and ease their access to market setup, raising capital, and other different kind of supports from the government. We've seen entrepreneurs from China to the US to the UK, from different countries of the world coming up and setting up their new startups into the kingdom. We've last year, or in the last 2 years, we have more than 170 startups, foreign startups that have set up in Saudi and were able to raise funding rounds to scale into Saudi across different sectors. Definitely MISA, in collaboration with all our partners, we're looking to expand the outreach to more entrepreneurs from all around the world. One of the things, being a G20 country in the region, one of the largest markets, huge purchase of capital, young population, enables a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs to be able to come up with new ideas, set up new businesses. And what is amazing is what has been happening in the last year or more, being able to tap into the available capital within Saudi, what SVC and Jeddah have been able to do in activating the VC industry in Saudi has been amazing. I can just recall 3 years ago, we had maybe 1 or 2 local VCs. We had no foreign VCs even in the kingdom. Today, and maybe Dr. Nabil can correct me if I'm mistaken, I think we have more than 15 to 18 local VCs in Saudi, and we've reached around 20 international VCs opening their offices, investing in Saudi companies and investing in companies or startups within the region to scale into Saudi. So definitely has been exciting times for us within MISA, within the ecosystem, and also within Saudi. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Mazen here. And we obviously started to see those startups, entering the Saudi market. We started to see their presence, their impact, their collaborations with other local businesses heavily. And I think, again, that turns us back to you, Dr. Nabil. There has been that creation of a lot of organizations like Saudi Venture Capital, like Jeddah, that have been incentivizing the creation of venture capital funds. We've seen a huge increase, as Dr. Mazen had mentioned, and we've seen a huge movement towards creation of angel investors group and a lot of angels that are looking today to invest. I wonder if you can tell us in about a couple of minutes here, your views on that, because we see the huge role that Saudi Venture Capital is playing in the market here.
Yeah. So I believe this is a collective effort by many governmental agencies, and as well as the local authorities in that scene, and that's actually activated, I would say, emerging fund managers as well as emerging angel investors and angel investor groups. So just to give you some numbers, so since inception, we started like 2 years, the Saudi Venture Capital, which is a government venture capital that backs VCs and angel groups. And it was an initiative by Monsha'at, and that was kicked off 2 years back. So until today, we already invested in directly and indirectly in more than 73 Saudi-based startups that are scaling within Saudi Arabia and beyond Saudi Arabia. We already committed to invest into 18 funds. These funds are regional, global, as well as local VCs that are investing not only in Saudi Arabia, but regionally, and helping, as Dr. Mazen said, and Engineer Assam, is actually what's happening. This, I would say, social growth and aggressive transformation in the ecosystem, and in the ecosystem, so that's economic and social as in parallel, it's actually unleashed the potential of spin-ins and spin-outs. So spin-outs of companies coming out of Saudi Arabia and scaling globally, and spin-outs of startups actually trying to join the scene to access the Saudi market and to scale to Saudi Arabia. I claim also there was only one active angel group in Saudi Arabia. Now we have more than 5 active angel groups in Saudi Arabia. And that's actually this also collaboration happening between Saudi angel groups as well as regional and international angel groups are massive in terms of exchanging deal flow, exchanging closing deals and syndicating and investing in Saudi-based companies as well as regional startups that are scaling back to Saudi Arabia. So in short, I think all the numbers and indicators showing that this, I would say, movement or aggressive transformation, and that it's actually beyond investing in startups. This economic growth is more, I would say, sustainable and scalable. We have been reliant on natural resources, and that's history because of, many thanks for Vision 2020 that is led by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And I think since then, if you can see also this aggressive update on systems and regulations that has never happened, specifically the last 2 years. If you can see the Capital Market Authority, the CMA, MISA, and we can see Monsha'at, all independent local authorities now are in competition of enabling this aggressive digital transformation, as well as the unleashing the potential of startups as a key engine of economic/social transformation happening within Saudi Arabia as well as the region. Thank you, Ahmed.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I think that, just to recap on that is basically we've seen how entrepreneurial the government sector have been as well, in responding to these startups and the creation of the policies as needed. And because we're actually running out of time, I would like to get, some maybe also final statements, from you, Mr. Riyad, over here. And I know earlier we spoke about, how unicorns are changing, certain economies, and how this word actually was created by one of the, the venture capitalists to incentivize that look, around the $1 billion company. So I want your views in about, a couple of minutes here, before we close, to tell us a little bit about, are we close?
Thank you so much. The word unicorn, I mean, they used it because it's so rare. I mean, the percentage is around 0.07% out of companies that may do it as a unicorn. Honestly, maybe there is 3 questions that distinguish a potential unicorn from others. First question is, how are you going to make people's life better, not easier? What is your noble cause in this business? And can you go global? If we just focus on can you go global, now the trending unicorns that's happening, it's because of maybe 2 reasons. One is the digitalization that's happening worldwide, the internet that connected everybody around the globe, and the consumer behavior toward digitalization. That made it easy for a lot of companies to go global and to become a unicorn. What is the importance of unicorn in any economy? Actually, it is the light at the end of the tunnel. At the end, the investment is a funnel. I mean, it's a tunnel. You need to have the end of the tunnel clear. So it's either the stock market or the mega VCs that's happening nowadays. That's what makes it more frequent unicorn happening and the acceleration of it in the economy. And having some unicorns in Saudi Arabia will really give the drive and the ambition for others to start new businesses and to know that they can reach that. Having all, what Dr. Mazen and others says, that, the external money that's coming from outside the region toward the region, they didn't come for nothing. They came because of the potential, and they believe that this emerging market might really create, it's a virgin area. So it might create a new unicorn. We have also to know that our location between the East and the West will give us also another edge than others, that we have this location that really can serve among this region. It's very important to have it. I wish, inshallah, we will have big ones very soon, inshallah, from Saudi Arabia. And, you know, from what I've seen, I think there is a couple or 3, 4 potential unicorns, inshallah, going out from Saudi Arabia, with the help of also from Dr. Nabil, inshallah, and the support of Jad and others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that, you know, everyone is awaiting, you know, for these startups to be successful, to see their impact, and the unicorn is only a way to show that. As we approach the end of it, I've got about, you know, a minute, and I want to give half a minute, you know, for Dr. Mazen, a message to entrepreneurs and investment, and half a minute to Engineer Assam to give us a final couple of words as we go towards the end of the session. Dr. Mazen?
Yeah, definitely. So I think one of the most important things for any entrepreneur is the size of the opportunity. And I believe that in Saudi, we have the largest opportunity for any entrepreneur. And that is kind of highlighting what Riyadh also said. We, in the region, we only have one unicorn. There is a huge potential to have more in the future. We believe Saudi is the launchpad for the next unicorn. So opportunities are limitless. It's very easy to set up in Saudi. Any foreign entrepreneur can obtain a license in under 3 hours, 100% ownership, costs $500. So it's one of the fastest segues to be able to enter the MENA region. Thank you.
Dr. Mazen, thank you so much. And to you, Engineer Assam?
Thank you, Ahmed. I will try to do it in 30 seconds, but I'm not sure. I want to close my remark by saying the close remark for our ambitious young leader, His Royal Highnesses, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, when he said on Osaka last year, we are living in an innovation era and future technologies. And these technologies like AI, IoT, cybersecurities, and others can change the world if we use it in a good manner. If we use it in a good manner and can change our life to be better. We have everything. We have the passion. We have the leader. We have the money. We have everything that can show the world what is Saudi and how can other people help our vision to be one of the biggest 5 countries in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all of you. And I can't add more to that, Engineer Assam, towards that wonderful closing. And obviously, we are, as a nation, inspired by His Royal Highness and by his great entrepreneurial spirit and attitudes. I leave you with these words and with our amazing panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom. Obviously, we need always a longer time to have it, but Saudi's here and we always can, awaiting all the entrepreneurs and the investors around the world to collaborate and open their hands. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Hello everyone. I'm pleased to be with you here in the summit. I would like to thank everybody for participating in this event. The second thing, I would like to thank the entrepreneurs for a lot of innovation that's happening in the last year. And I see the future where you have a lot of innovation in the coming 10 years, where we have the 5G and also where we have the technology, where we play a lot of roles when it comes to the startup and SMEs. The changing that happened the last 10 years, I'm sure that the coming 10 years will be not triple, even more than that. I'm sure that the value that we'll create is more than 10 times where we created the current value. Because the changes that we have and the enablement that we do is totally different. If you see the world before 10 years and you see the world currently, is totally changed. And if you see the world in 2030, I'm sure a lot of technology and a lot of businesses where they will transform the companies and also will change the world. In the last 10 years, we have seen startup companies that started from nothing and they changed the world and they impacted large companies. And also, if you see the coronavirus, we have seen a lot of companies where they started with the value and they started with the innovation and the value that they have, even in the IPO and in the listed companies, increasing the value before the coronavirus. So I'm sure the VC and also entrepreneurs will change the whole world. I have two messages. The first message is for the entrepreneurs. You are the leaders of the business. You are the business, the future business of the whole world. The change that you are doing when it comes to the technology, when it comes to the AI, when it comes to the fintech, when it comes to Internet of Things, there's a huge jump and a huge disruption is happening worldwide, where we have a lot of value that will create and a lot of problems that we will solve for the society. And you are the one who will change the whole world. The second message is designed for the VCs and for the angel investors. In Saudi Arabia, we started to establish and to enable the VC funding here. The ranking that we have is the third ranking in the kingdom, and a lot of investment coming worldwide to the Saudi Arabia, where we have the largest market here. We enable them by access to the market and providing them with the right funding, the way that we do it with the co-matching. So if they invest 100 million, we will invest another 100 million. Sometimes we double that investment. That's why we enable the VC investment here in the kingdom. So I would like to invite all VCs, angel investors, to come here to the region where we have the largest market and where we change the way of doing business. The Saudi Arabia jumped from 90s to the 60, where it's the highest ranked in the worldwide. And also, if you see other reports, where it is the GEM report, which is the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, and also if you see the IMD report, you will see the huge jump that happened here in Saudi Arabia. I would like to invite all of you here and understand the situation for everybody life here in the kingdom and also outside the kingdom, the world all connected together, where we can provide the right value.
Welcome again to Young Entrepreneurs Alliance. Greetings to all our audiences that are still joining us from all around the globe. It's my absolute pleasure, Amal Khan, the CEO of the Global Entrepreneurship Network, to be hosting this session. We will be discussing about building and replicating successful entrepreneurial ecosystems. Entrepreneurial ecosystems are emerging, they're popping around the globe in different ways, in different means, depending on different needs as well. And sometimes it requires a lot of knowledge and resource sharing, a lot of mentorship and coaching, a lot of sustainability model that needs to be built around it. But the question that we want to ask today is, do we need to replicate these models, or do we need to recreate? We wanted to share those unique experiences that our dear panelists today actually are bringing to us, and they're going to share it with all of you. And joining me in this session is an amazing entrepreneurial panel. We've got Dr. Zagar Dobrov, who's the Executive Dean at Prince Mohammed bin Salman College. Very nice to have you. Dr. Neeraj Sunakar, Head of Entrepreneurship and Innovation Ecosystem at basically he runs these innovation research at Stanford, and he runs extensive research on empathy and in designing ecosystems, and he will be sharing a lot of experiences also with us today. Dr. Sarah Galib is the Head of Entrepreneurship and Innovation at Saudi Aramco Entrepreneurship Center, WAD. Daniel Oimei, he is also running as a Senior Vice President in the Entrepreneur Canada. And last but not the least, we've got Mr. Hattan Ahmed, Head of Entrepreneurship Center at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. Welcome to you all. It's been a pleasure having you, and thank you for tuning in. And we're going to start our discussion with Dr. Neeraj here. You've been researching the creation of entrepreneurial ecosystems. You've been lecturing in Stanford about that. You've co-authored lots of papers on empathy and understanding the needs of every ecosystem and what it takes really to build those ecosystems. So we'd like you to share a little bit really about your work and what you do in order for other ecosystems to benefit from that experience, and what should we consider when we think of building an entrepreneurial ecosystem? To you, Dr. Neeraj.
Thank you, Amal. Thank you for having me. So that's the great question. The work we have been doing is looking at human behavior and looking at what goes on at a human level when we are creating entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystems. To answer your question, if I were to think about the topic of this session, what we have found out and what I really believe is that it's not really a manufacturing model. So we cannot really replicate a successful ecosystem like Silicon Valley. It's not like you have a car and you make a second car. It's more of a biological model. And the metaphor we use for ecosystems is that of a rainforest. So we can have a rainforest in Amazon, we can have a rainforest in Borneo, we can have a rainforest in Saudi Arabia. That would be fantastic. But these rainforests would be different. And the key thing is, how do you grow this forest? How do you grow this ecosystem? And the work we do is to really think about people, their aspirations, and how do you develop spaces for people to come together and work together collaboratively. A key part of that when we are designing these spaces is to create opportunities for people across disciplines to come together. And that's what we call as a liminal space where different disciplines collide. And there is a healthy discussion, a debate at times where ideas combine together and merge together to develop new ventures, new companies and so on. So developing these spaces that could be as small as a campus, or an organization, or as large as a city becomes important.
That's great to know. And you've got, to mention a lot the word empathy. And I think it's interesting when we look at building the ecosystem, how does empathy play a role is it at the early stage? Is it during? Is it a continuous work of iterative, ecosystem building and changing, and having that agility model? So if you can highlight that also more.
Certainly, yeah. I think if I reflect on empathy, I think empathy is a soul of an ecosystem. It actually plays an extremely important role. When we talk about innovation ecosystems, they are not necessarily driven by technology. Scientific research and technology is crucial, and that's the part of invention. But when we are talking about innovation and entrepreneurship, it's about people coming together, having conversations, doing deals, building things together, and empathy and trust underpin them all. So that is definitely important. And what we do is we create activities, opportunities for people to share experiences, to try out new behaviors through which they gain empathy for each other. So entrepreneurs getting an empathy for investors getting empathy for entrepreneurs, for scientists. That becomes extremely important.
That's really interesting. And it really represents, I think, the deep research of humanity and understanding their needs and basically providing it. And it's very also nice that you mentioned how we need to empathize also with investors. So as entrepreneurs that want to pitch and want to be heard, you need to also empathize and understand that. And yes, it's very interesting you mentioned also how, you know, the essence also is empathy, but also innovation and continuous innovation that happens in these entrepreneurial ecosystems. And you've said that it's driven by the power of law. So can you unpack that a little for us over here?
Yeah, certainly. So I think a few things I mentioned. So the power of law, and you can think of it law as a legal framework. And, you know, from that perspective, it is extremely important that a lot of the interactions and negotiations that happen need to be underpinned by trust. And, you know, trust is many times anchored in a legal framework in a particular region. So if the legal framework is more facilitative of capital being shared, you know, it's facilitative of businesses being started, as well as it's facilitative of businesses being shut down when they are no longer working, that helps tremendously. And if it is not doing that, that can be a big obstacle to developing a healthy ecosystem. So that's one thought I have. The second thought is that, you know, you can think of this power law distribution. So in our research, when we look at ecosystems, what we have come to recognize is that they are complex systems, and a key characteristic is the power law distribution or the exponential nature of the ecosystem. So what it means is that most of the outcomes will accrue to a very few people or ventures or organizations. So a very good example of that is, let's say, you know, the current situation with COVID vaccines. There are 150 vaccines in play right now, and the whole world is waiting with bated breath for a vaccine. But about 10 of them are in the final stage, the trial stage. But, you know, most of the results of that venture or that innovation activity will accrue to the top 2 or 3 that get to the market first. They are the ones who are going to capture the market, and that they are the ones that we benefit from. If you are the vaccine maker who is 10th in line and who is successful, you won't capture that market, or you won't have that effect. So a key part of this entrepreneurial ecosystem or innovation ecosystem is that there is going to be failure. There is going to be failure of businesses. There's going to be failure of ventures. So what do we do about that as ecosystem builders? How do we design an ecosystem to actually, you know, be resilient in face of that? And at a human level, even if ventures fail, we don't want human beings to fail. We don't want entrepreneurs as individuals and their families to fail. We want them to be successful. We want them to learn and go on to do their next activity, their next job, their next company, which means that we need to design these mechanisms which revolve people, which revolve talent, and the learning that accrues from failure accrues at the systemic level.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, it's pretty obvious this is a dear topic to my heart, you know, designing these experiences and designing ecosystems. And I really like the fact that you closed with, you know, the failure, as failure is normally not taught a lot, right? And it's actually, it has to come by design within the theory of building the ecosystems, and it has to be accepted and all of that. And maybe that takes me and turns me back to Dr. Zegger over here, you know, to understand what is the importance or the power of education or entrepreneurial education in reshaping those mindsets, you know, from your experience today at Prince Mohammed bin Salman College. You know, you are creating those leaders, entrepreneurial leaders that the kingdom is awaiting for, and they're going to be passing this knowledge, you know, to so many in their organizations or whether through the companies. So can you kindly share, you know, with us, you know, your experience in the education, you know, that you're actually part of today at the college? Dr. Zegger.
Thank you very much. The school is really built on the premise that if you want students or people to understand entrepreneurship, you have to put them in there. They have to do it. And as an exponent very much of Vision 2030, quite an exciting vision where we really cater towards its realization, it's to foster value creating opportunities while our students are doing it. So throughout the teaching programs that we have, and these are our executive MBA programs and our pre-experience master in management program, we have project courses. One of them is called our signature learning experience, and it takes place over the course of a full year, where students go through the complete process of entrepreneurial activity, from ideation to startup to scale up. Also, there's a module on corporate entrepreneurship. Our students practice within organizations, within entrepreneurial ventures, apply the learning also, start then from that learning, often their own businesses, and move then towards our venture lab. We are one of the few licensed incubators in the kingdom where our students can start ventures with support services, mentorship, financial support services, legal support services that allow our students actually to experiment, allow for failure, which we actually also encourage. We actually want our students to fail and fail quickly. That's education, because they will fail in a safe environment from which they learn and then can move on, build the resilience that Neeraj was talking about, and eventually adopt their business models towards a successful business model. We do that without any personal consequences for our students in an environment. That's in summary, we teach our students how to think about value and value creation and how to do it, how to execute. That's the power of education.
Absolutely. I've had the pleasure of experiencing that and teaching that in the college at a certain period in my journey. And it was a pleasure seeing how this can be actually integrated within an education system where you draw that journey that allows for all of the topics that you just said and all the mindsets, you know, starting from ideation and knowing how to think. So that mindset get to be cultivated. And maybe that takes us also to that partnership as well, you know, between the college and Babson College as well. You know, how does that cross, you know, knowledge transfer work, you know, where you're actually building those local talents, the Saudi talents and the regional and the international one. You've got quite a diversified cohort. So, and at the same time, you're also taking an international experience, you know, to embed it within that model. So I wonder if you can share, you know, the light as well a bit on that, because I know that there's a lot of entities that think, you know, of how such a model would work.
Yeah, we are small, but we want to be the best. We want to be the preeminent business school of the region, and we are looking for credible models. There is not a better model than Babson College in the US for entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education. It is simply the leading school in the world for entrepreneurship. So that's the model that we have adapted, and Babson College is one of our partners in the school. We have more, but this is our educational partner on which model our education is based. We will have small groups, a highly personalized education where we actually aim for high impact rather than so making a big difference. Each and every one of our graduates makes a big difference, starts their own businesses, starts initiatives in organizations, creates opportunities for other people and significant visible opportunities, rather than do the law of large numbers very much in our
Absolutely, and they're kind of unique, and we've seen them taking and leading projects, you know, around the kingdom. And I know that we will be seeing more and more, you know, from MBUSC as well, you know, in terms of more, as you said, you're focusing on that kind of smaller groups that will have a high impact. And I know that we're seeing more and more coming to the way. And that takes us to the neighboring institute next to you, to King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, to Mr. Hattan here, who's the head of the Entrepreneurship Center. Again, a previous home for me that still remains a home. And we want to have and know and share that unique model, you know, of CAUS, where you've got the research facilities, you've got the students that comes again from different parts of the world, you've got the economic development, the entrepreneurship center, the accelerators, the reach and the community work. That formula, Hatam, how is it being, done? How is it being sustained by KAUST? So please share, a bit of that story with us today.
Sure, Amal. Thank you for having us. I'm glad to be here. So, as you mentioned, Amal, and you've been here before, KAUST is a science and technology institutions focused on graduate studies in key 4 research trust areas: water, food, energy, environment, and recently added digital. And we have world-class research facility and faculty members. We're proud that over the past 10 years, although KAUST is relatively young, over the past 10 years, KAUST overtook the position of first number of terms of citation per faculty members over the past 4 years. And we're really proud of that. But one other key thing as a second mission for KAUST, so the first mission is to obtain research excellence, but the second mission is to create economic impact, is to cultivate that research outcomes and convert it into product solutions, startups, and activities, licensing opportunities that can be transformed into products and solutions that we can feel and touch and also experience. So with this, KAUST has developed an entire kind of embedded ecosystem, if you will, with a wide range of portfolio of service in order to support that kind of journey or transition of technology from the lab all the way to the market. And what happened is that there is the Technology Transfer Office, the Innovation Fund, where they invest into startups in exchange for equity, especially in the deep tech kind of startups. And also we got the infrastructure where we host wide range of portfolio from large companies to small companies, medium and startups, and in order to propel that kind of movement of innovation and economic development in the country. And as far as the entrepreneurship is concerned, we focus on the mindset of people and on the mindset of the students that we deal with in our classes. And also we're outward facing. So we deal with wide range of different universities within the kingdom in order to exchange that knowledge, because we believe creativity and innovation is born in the air, in the exchange of engagement with different students at different levels. So we look at Chesspress funnels from the top all the way to the bottom, where we work on the ideation activities, the hackathons, the innovation challenges, to immerse those students into real life challenges that they can address once they go to the workforce. But also we have really kind of let's say high touch, low volume activities where we run, let's say, classes and elective courses for students in order to immerse them into the commercialization journey and then transform those intellectual properties into products as an experience or a journey that they would go into. And what we have seen is that really great conversion that goes from that class as educational platform all the way to the accelerator program, Taqaddam, which is done in partnership with Saudi British Bank. And we would love we enjoyed the experience with them in order to cultivate high impact, high quality startups that we curate for the investment community. Along that journey, of course, we can't do this alone. We deal with a lot of partners. You already heard me mention multiple partners that I talked about, like Saudi British Bank as a key partner for our flagship accelerator program. And actually, even our respected panelists in here, we work with them in one way or another. So we partnered with Stanford on our flagship program, which is Entrepreneurship for All. And recently, we've just launched this program over as a strategic initiative from our leadership, where we wanted to roll out entrepreneurship as a mandatory requirement for all KAUST students. And the goal, of course, not to convert students into entrepreneurs, because they're great scientists, and some of them, they would love their science and they wanted to pursue their career elsewhere. But we believe that entrepreneurship, and we define it at its product spectrum, where it's the very wide, the understanding and the mindset where they can spot those non-obvious opportunities on their lab bench or on their office desk, in their career choice of preference. And then we wanted to equip them for the job market, to complement them with the set of skills that they would require to take that. And not only in the programs that we run, but also in terms of investment. And we would love to co-invest with the different ecosystem players. So one of the key players that we work with here, Sarah, and the YEA team, the amazing YEA team, where basically we co-invest with them into different startups. One of the companies that was co-invested by KAUST and YEA was UnitX. And basically, it's a joint effort, or basically what UnitX does is basically they provide enterprise solution using AI for different sectors within the industry. So they have an education and a solution providing kind of mandate they push towards the market. They're doing really great in the local market, but also there are some other areas where like Red Sea Farm, where they are growing tomatoes using seawater and building state-of-the-art greenhouse. And that was also co-invested with KAUST and RPDC. So the partnership model is embedded from its foundation within KAUST DNA from day one on all different fronts, whether at the research front, and there is amazing or wide range of collaboration activities across the globe, but also in terms of the economic development and the ecosystem development end, where we partner with key players. Recently, we've been working, and Emily have been working with Gen Saudi, Gen Global, and MISC Foundation on the Entrepreneurship World Cup that just ended a couple of weeks ago. It's an amazing experience. We run the boot camp for them, and we would love to attract those talent, those kind of technologists to the kingdom as an area or a fertile ground for development, investment, market development, and so on, in order to see those opportunities flourish and grow over time. So in a nutshell, it's like we're trying to build it as we go. And I second Niraj on the co-creation concept in the ecosystem development, where we need to play to our strengths as a nation, as an economy, as an ecosystem, and leverage that. And what better than the brilliant youth that we have in the ecosystem, that they're always really blow us away with their creations and inventions in all the different programs we run, but also with the key strengths that we have into the market and the key challenges as well we do have, like the water, food, and energy and environment, where there is amazing opportunities to capture and move forward with it.
Beautiful. Well, what I am hearing here is a story of evolution over time, where things have started with research and it evolved to all of the activities that we're seeing KAUST part of, in the globe and in Saudi as well. And maybe that's a very interesting point here, that, how these, co-creations that happens with other entities could be really one way to diversify and to really reach the right talent as well. And from that model, we moved to another model, for Entrepreneurs Canada with Dan here, who also have worked over time with entrepreneurs, that entity that cultivated entrepreneurship, worked on a lot of, legislations and policy recreation as well. We would like to, to know a little bit as well about that journey and that experience. But I do hear, in general, that we're hearing a lot of partnerships and a lot of co-creations, as a theme of today and evolution. So to you, Dan, please share that experience if you don't mind.
Thank you, Amal. Collaboration is critical when you talk about entrepreneurship. There's no question on that. And I'm going to get back to that in a second. But I'd like to start off by saying hello to all of our G20 YEA, Young Entrepreneur Alliance delegates across the country. And say hello to them throughout the world. We're disappointed that we're not able to gather today in Saudi Arabia, but we're looking forward to seeing everyone very soon. So good evening, good afternoon, good morning to all of you. Salam alaikum, bon après-midi, mesdames et messieurs, et hello everyone. I'd also like to say thank you, express gratitude to Prince Fahad for hosting us today. He's done a tremendous job. Him and his team have done a tremendous job to pull us all together. It's not easy to organize a global summit of this magnitude. And so I just want to express my appreciation on behalf of the G20 YEA for that organization and his efforts. I also want to just quickly say, send out our prayers and thoughts to those in Nice who were victims of this violence recently. And Nice was the host of the G20 YEA summit in 2011, and it's a wonderful city, and our thoughts and prayers are with you. Finally, getting into entrepreneurship, good health is critical for entrepreneurship. So just touching on the subject of the day, the elephant in the room, if you will, the coronavirus and the global pandemic, there are three pillars really that facilitate economic activity: physical health, mental health, and economic health. And all three of those are intertwined. And it is key that we get this under control, and all of us play a role in that. And if we don't contribute to the solution, then we're part of the challenge. And we're part of the challenge of getting our economies back on board. So I just wanted to start off with that. But if we look at a sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem, I might just shift over to three other pillars that are critical: collaboration, as we touched on, need for access to capital, and then also support systems and wraparound systems. And that's where Futurepreneur Canada, the organization that I represent, comes to bear, as well as the G20 YEA. We advocate as the G20 YEA for access to capital and support systems throughout the globe, throughout the G20, but also throughout the globe. And that is critically important. If I think about Futurepreneur, for example, within Canada, what we've done, we're a 25-year-old organization, so we've been around for a little while. We've supported 14,000 approximately business creations within Canada. And we focus entirely on the 18 to 39 demographic, so young entrepreneurs. And you can ask, why is that we focus in on there? Because there's a gap. We focus in on them because there is a need for access to capital that otherwise wouldn't be satisfied in the market. If we look back 25 years ago, there was a strategy. A couple of major Canadian financial institutions got together, and they decided that they needed to create some energy, some drive amongst young entrepreneurs, push the demographic, the entrepreneurial demographic down, so to speak, so that we have a longer life cycle of entrepreneurship that can contribute to the ongoing economy and economic activity. If we look at the type of entrepreneurs that we support, we go from Main Street right up to high tech. We have a number of unicorns that we funded over the years that have gone beyond us, but we also have a lot of Main Street activity that we contribute to. And why is that important? Because you need a rich economy across the board. You can't just have a Google without having the support systems in place and the social infrastructure in place, and that is contributed to by entrepreneurs across the board. So that's critical need. And if, again, we look at Futurepreneur and what we've done, or what we do, we provide non-collateralized loans to young entrepreneurs. That's an important aspect. Young entrepreneurs who don't have a track record, they don't have the collateral, they need to access capital somehow. Commercial lenders typically won't do that. They're not in the right space, so there needed that space to be created. And within Canada, we created that space 25 years ago. If we fast forwarded 7 years, 6-7 years, the financial institutions decided that the collaboration needed to be larger. And that's where the public policy conversations came into play and getting governments involved. The government of Canada, we're very fortunate in Canada. The government of Canada dove in full bore with support for Futurepreneur Canada and saw this as an important mission, not just for entrepreneurship, but again, across the social fabric of Canada. And since 2002, when we initially started that collaboration with the Government of Canada, that has expanded to provincial governments across Canada and major corporate entities across Canada. And that goes back again to the collaboration that's critical in the ecosystem. There are other organizations that take entrepreneurs from where we start them or we support them to start onto higher levels, ecosystem incubators and other entrepreneurial systems. There are feedstock that comes from academic institutions as well. We collaborate with many academic institutions, and those incubators, on-campus incubators, feed us entrepreneurs where we can support them with financial measures that they wouldn't otherwise have. The other critical component I'll touch on, and then maybe I'll hand it back to you, Amal, is the support systems that wrap around. And the collaboration is part of that, obviously, because you have the incubators, you have the academic institutions, you have other players in the system, VenCaps, et cetera, that collaborate, and they do it in a very targeted manner. what we do across the board and what we think is tremendously important is to have a support system for every entrepreneur. So every entrepreneur that we fund in part to mitigate our risk, but also as an important support system, because we don't want entrepreneurs to fail if they launch. We want them to succeed, we want them to grow, and we want them to go global if that's what their ambition holds and that's where their company can play a role. So within that, every entrepreneur we fund is required to take on a mentor. And that mentorship relationship we feel is critical, because then you don't have one brain running the company, you have multiple brains running the company. And you have somebody as a sounding board, you have somebody to support you, somebody to advise you and question your activities. And that's critical as an entrepreneur, because as much as we entrepreneurs believe we always know what we're doing and we always know where we're going to be going, that's not always the case. So it's critically important that we have access to capital, and we collaborate with corporate entities, with not-for-profit entities, with government entities, but we also need those support systems in place. And that, if you have those parts integrated at the front end, we can create the feedstock that we hand off to the venture capitalists, to the other incubators, to the other ecosystem players, and they can also play a role in the growth. We don't own the entrepreneurs that we support. We think it's a global community, and that's why we're doing what we're doing domestically within Canada. That's why we're involved in the G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance. That's why Futurepreneur Canada is involved in Gen Global and Youth Business International. We believe there's a healthy linear process for entrepreneurs: ideation, getting people involved in entrepreneurship, and then supporting them as they grow through to, if that's their ambition, grow through to global activity.
Very impressive, and thank you for your generosity actually in sharing all of these, amazing lessons, a journey of over than 25 years, a quarter basically of a decade, right? Or a century basically. I think, what you mentioned also at the end, the power of creating that support system for entrepreneurs is quite an interesting one, as mentorship obviously plays a huge role. And, maybe the secret is to admit always that you don't know what you don't know, right? And to really keep asking and asking. And I think that's the secret sauce of all of the institutions that have evolved over the years. And moving forward, to actually talk about how do we sustain these amazing models that we just heard, these 4 experiences from 4 different institutions. And we have here Dr. Sarah, who's basically an advocate, in social innovation. She's also leading activities in WIDE, Aramco. And at the same time, she also knows a lot about data and analytics. And that discussion, is always avoided, I think, in so many platforms, or actually, it's an afterthought sometimes. And I think that I will direct that question to you, where do, data play a role in creating and sustaining those entrepreneurial ecosystems, and how do we, or at what point really do we need to start tracking or collecting data? Is it before, after? So to you, Sarah, knowing that you've lived, most of your life in San Francisco, so now you're really working and passing that knowledge over here. So please, if you don't mind sharing a little bit on that.
No, not at all. Thank you so much, Emma, for having me. And it's been refreshing to hear the different perspectives from the panelists. And I want to say a special thank you as well for the G20 YEA for this opportunity. I hope not running away from data and analysis, because it absolutely should be a core. And yes, my background as a statistician, also in DC before coming here 7 years ago, I am proud to say, I know at the Aramco Entrepreneurship Center, WIDE, of course, is an initiative of Aramco. And we were established in order to address a need in the market to narrow the funding gap and provide entrepreneurs with opportunity. And so we were blessed to have adopted this culture of KPIs and data analysis as part of our DNA. From our mother company. And I think that we do this exceptionally well. And it's interesting, our MD, Mr. Wassim Basrawi, he's absolutely a visionary, to the point where in the first week that he was here with us, he said, Sarah, I have an idea. I want to build a command center with LED screens that we can showcase all of our dashboards. And it was brilliant, because data analysis and KPI tracking and development, it's at our core, and it should be at everyone's core. It's a visual representation of your achievements, and it's powerful and informative, and it gives your data a voice. So dashboards, ongoing reporting, analyses, and identifying effective variables that are influencing your success they're critical. And this is what needs to happen, for all of our ecosystems. And I'm proud to say that our loan and VC combined has 90 portfolio companies and have committed $100 million to date. And in the last round of our virtual incubation program, and we received almost 140 applicants, and this is post MVP with pitch decks and everything and traction. And 2 of our startup graduates in the last month received $1.8 million in investments. And so for sustainability and growth, and since we offer those true end-to-end services from Venture Builder, which we're piloting now and we're very excited about, loan and VC offerings, you have to have a robust data collection and analysis. So aside from all the milestone tracking, mentorship sessions, and training that we report on for our incubation, I'll give you an example from our innovation team and how we use data to build communities as well. I love how Dr. Niraj mentioned the soul of an ecosystem and the importance of innovation, and that's so critical. Earlier this year, Amal, that we introduced an innovation vertical at WYEA. Dr. Samantha Horstman and Trey Gady developed an entire innovation certification program from lab to market, collecting years of experience and data from over 16 cohorts. And we're now truly leveraging our amazing partners such as KAUST, right? Hattan. We have our joint IP commercialization program that we'll be launching together in January, inshallah. And this contributes back again to the diversification of our portfolio. So, most important, it all comes back to making sure that we're making the decisions that are benchmarked and evidence-based. And you can only achieve this by putting together the proper data sets. And so the result is that we can work together with our partners and we can build these effective communities. And we're proof that data collection absolutely builds communities. And they also tell you the need as well that's in the market, right? And so our innovation team leads the IES Society, the Innovation Ecosystem Society. We have over 1,300 members of entrepreneurs, scientists, innovators, mentors, and we'll be scaling it across the kingdom, inshallah, in 2021. But this has been built on analyzing data in our programs, seeing where the needs are, listening to our startups and offering the support they need to be successful. And of course, it's beneficial for both of us because it also offers feedstock for us. So we have these ambitious goals in the vision of our kingdom, including behavior change in the ecosystem, successful startup growth and exits, portfolio diversification, and most importantly, adding value back to the kingdom. We need consistent monitoring, tracking, and evaluation along the way. It's social research 101. And in order for us to pinpoint our successes, we need to collect data, ensure data-driven decision-making so we can replicate our model of excellence, right? And this is actually our North Star in WYEA. We pilot everything. We use our outcomes to develop strategy, programs, and innovative initiatives to engage our ecosystem. So I strongly believe that having this in place, it will also give you the confidence that you need to make the right decisions when addressing the gaps in the market as well. So there's so many benefits, and absolutely for sustainability and growth, you need to have the right data, you need to have the right framework in place in your ecosystems.
You're absolutely right. I mean, and we know that this actually comes in every part, of the journey, obviously. And maybe the reason I said that some of the institutions do avoid that sometimes, because maybe it's lack of knowledge sometimes, maybe it's the lack of like knowing what to measure and when to measure. Is it number of entrepreneurs, or is it number of entrepreneurs funded, or is it number of entrepreneurs exited, and what stage, what should I focus on, you know? So I think maybe just a quick remark here, Sarah, of beginning ecosystems that did not put this in place, you know, and did not put the tracking part. Where should they start?
And the thing is, you know, and just to address what you were saying, you know, we are a data-driven society. We want to be. Just last month, we celebrated, you know, the Global Innovation Point. That was amazing. And it was such a powerful message, a sense that we're ready. You know, our ecosystem is flourishing. But to answer your question, data collection starts in the very, very first communication with your startups. You know, we have a robust, you know, back-end system that we've developed. So we know everything about every entrepreneur, the stage they are, their you know, their traction, everything. So it's in that first communication. So that way you can monitor and track progress. The team can develop, you know, the solutions to their needs. And at the end of it, you yield a more robust and successful outcome for your programs. We have, alhamdulillah, we're celebrating, you know, a 36% success rate in our incubator. That's higher than the global standard. It's amazing because we properly track our data. And I'm so proud of the systems that we put into place. And I do hope, you know, and this is the takeaway, as you said, I know you saved the most painful, you said, for last. But it is absolutely the most critical, because we need to know where we've been, to know where we are, to know where we're going. And that's how you know it. It's through data collection and analysis.
That's how we should put it. Nicely done, Sarah. I mean, here it's about just figuring out where you are and figuring out how to get there. You definitely need to know, you know, what happens. And as rightly mentioned, it starts all the way, you know, in the beginning. I think I totally agree on that. And even in the deciding on what sort of entrepreneurial ecosystem do I need, right? So you need that data collection to understand. And it's been a pleasure, and I would love to extend more and more, but time actually is not in our favor all the time, especially with entrepreneurs. You know, we're always tight in time and we're always running and rushing. So in order to close the session, I'd like to hear, you know, like a 20, 30 seconds words of wisdom from each one of you to everyone who's watching us here today in different parts of the world. Final messages on building entrepreneurial ecosystems. Dr. Niraj.
Yes, I think to sum up, I think what I feel we need to do as ecosystem builders is really build for people to succeed. You know, we are actually creating environments for people to grow and realize their aspirations and be bold in their thinking and doing. And that becomes the key for me.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. Dan.
Sure. I think the critical takeaway I would provide for folks is that they should be advocating tirelessly with not only the public sector, public policymakers to infuse capital and resources for support for entrepreneurship, but also to collaborate with everyone in the ecosystem, especially corporate and individual funders who can provide that support as well. It's a community, it's not an individual sport. So we need to play together and support those entrepreneurs so they can be successful.
Absolutely. To you, Dr. Zeger.
Well, thank you very much. Eliminate the blame culture. Accept failure. Fail fast. Fail many times. Fail fast. If you fail many times, you're also trying many times.
So we'll fail gracefully all the way, you know, with very measured steps of failure. Thank you so much, Dr. Zeger. Hatan.
Thank you, Amal. And actually, I wanted to agree, and I wanted to add to what everything has been mentioned in here. I wanted to address the entrepreneurs. And I wanted to tell them, like, it's prime time now for entrepreneurship. This is what the history has told us. And it's entrepreneurship and innovation happens when big global shifts takes place. And actually, it's a prime opportunity for that. We have seen this in the financial credit crunch in 2007 to 2008. We've seen this in the Great Depression. We've seen this in different global depressions took place, where you see prime opportunities came out, where the shared economy was born in the midst of the financial credit crisis. And I'm sure we're in the midst now of this global crazy pandemic, but it's a prime opportunity now for you as entrepreneurs to create, innovate, and leverage all the support system that you have around you to create an impact. And for those who are interested, we're happy to support, we're happy to help, we're happy to soft land. If you're interested in science and innovation, we'll be happy to soft land and support and work with you towards that goals. And for those partners who are listening to us, we would love to work with you, including our general panelists in here. I'm really humbled to be with you in here today, and would love to explore further collaborations. And conclude with thank you, Amal, and thank you for the organizers, YEA and Prince Fahad, and all the organizers who were involved in pulling this together in this difficult time. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And partners will start contacting you, Hattan. So we'll see and hear more about that very soon.
We're ready for it.
Thank you. Dr. Sarah, the entrepreneur in you, what would it say to the rest of the entrepreneurs? Say, I didn't ask you about numbers. We want the soul of the entrepreneur.
For the entrepreneurs, really, aside from, all of the challenges and everything, don't stop. Don't stop. And I think that you're also an entrepreneur. I think all of us, I'm proud to be part of an organization that really, truly provides a true end-to-end service and the tools that startups need to be successful. And I think that is what we need to do, is work together. As I mentioned, Hattan, and also with you, Amal, and with everyone who really cares about the journey, because it's a hard one. It's a struggle. And by giving them the tools that they need to succeed, we're going to reach our ambitious goals, absolutely. So thank you so much for this opportunity. It was an absolute pleasure. And I look forward to continuing the conversation and looking forward to seeing how we'll continue to grow together. Thank you, Amal.
Well said to all of you. I'm just closing here with your words. Dr. Niraj, design for all and keep recreating. Dan, support and mentor. That's what's going to help an entrepreneur to build that journey. Dr. Zegger, keep failing and just learn and be better at it while at it. Hattan, all the partners, start working and contacting, cows. They're ready to work with you. And Sarah, don't stop. This is not an easy journey. We understand that entrepreneurs change economies, change their social settings, and they change themselves, and they become examples for all. Not an easy journey, but very rewarding, and obviously could impact the globe. Thank you so much and dearly for all your genuine advices, your genuine words. The last session of the Young Entrepreneurs Alliance for today, and I want to thank you dearly for staying with us until this moment. Have a wonderful day or evening, and thank you so much. And entrepreneurs, do not stop. Thank you.
Your Royal Highness Prince Fahad bin Mansour bin Nasser bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Chair of the G20 YEA Saudi Arabia 2020, distinguished summit guests and delegates, dear friends, as day one of the G20 YEA Virtual Summit Saudi Arabia 2020 draws to a close, I wish to express my gratitude and appreciation to all of you for having participated in this rich and lively event with such interest and enthusiasm. I believe I am speaking on behalf of everyone here when I say we are encouraged by the attendance of so many of us here. It is such a pleasure to be with you at one of the most insightful gatherings of young entrepreneurs. It is also an honor to be entrusted with delivering the closing remarks at an event that brings together such eminent young people from different parts of the world. It has been a truly inspiring day for me. Today, we had remarkable exchanges, fruitful discussions, and unique insights. We have learned a lot from panel discussions delivered by amazing speakers and panelists who have shared their interesting works and ideas. On behalf of the Summit's team, I thank all our speakers and panelists for delivering such important materials so that all of us can deepen our knowledge. The discussions we witnessed today raised important issues and innovative ideas. We discussed the first of the three key topics of the summit, entrepreneurship and the economy. We learned about the impact of entrepreneurship on the economy, how products and services developed by entrepreneurs stimulate business and sectors further economic development, how technology and service development open new markets and help in creating financial stability and growth, and the development of social change that leads to a better quality of life, provide access for those in underprivileged communities and nurture communities. We also heard about the pre and post COVID-19 eras and the transformation into the new normal, how to adapt business to thrive within the new normal, how to develop digital technologies and communications in a seamless open connectivity, unicorn companies and the potential of development in the region, the current trends that impact on entrepreneurs, and the challenges and opportunities of doing business across borders, as well as innovation, risk-taking, bold moves, and making a real systematic change. We also explored how to build and replicate a successful entrepreneurial ecosystem, including knowledge and resource sharing, mentorship and coaching, and learning from successful ecosystems. Dear friends, I would like to stress on the theme of our summit. Entrepreneurship is a source of innovation and resilience. We are all aware of the vital work youth are doing in youth-led social entrepreneurship, research and innovation, and how youth can drive the adoption of responsible and sustainable consumption and production patterns for more resilient communities. Key takeaways from the day one of the summit are agility and speed entrepreneurs took to setting solutions and delivering on their community's needs, the importance of contributing to the solution. Concentrating on human development and capital is key for entrepreneurial ecosystems. People coming together and building together. It's about empathy and trust. And last, the power of education in the creation of entrepreneurial excellence. I believe that with greater investment, more business and entrepreneurship opportunities, skills training and knowledge transfer, creation of more jobs for our people and youth empowerment, we can definitely achieve our goals because our determination is firm. Distinguished guests, allow me to humbly offer a few words of gratitude to those of you who have helped make day one of this summit a success. We would like to express our appreciation to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the wise leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, for the inspiring role they play in creating a positive and stimulating environment for youth entrepreneurship and their commitment to youth empowerment and SMEs, entrepreneurship, privatization, investments in youth industries, as stipulated by the Transformation Strategy, Saudi Vision 2030. We greatly appreciate the help we have received from His Royal Highness, Prince Fahad bin Mansour. Thank you, Prince Fahad, for your continuous support to youth empowerment and for chairing this summit and YEA. We are also grateful to all those who have been involved in the management of the summit, including the entire summit's team, organizers, speakers, panel members, and moderators who have been working tirelessly to ensure we succeed your expectations. We also wish to thank all our sponsors whose contribution we highly value, including Global Alliance, strategy partners, governmental partners, knowledge partners, ecosystem partners, and of course, our summit partners. A huge thanks to the members of the media in covering all our activities and disseminating the views expressed here to a wider readership and audience. And finally, of course, we cannot fail to thank you, our guests, for joining and taking part in this summit from all over the world. Welcome once again to Saudi Arabia, and thank you for your attention, participation, and time. With these words, I one of the G20 YEA Virtual Summit Saudi Arabia 2020. Looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow at 2 p.m. Saudi Arabia time. Thank you.
There is a role model for every successful person who draws their paths with inspiration and faith, cultivates hopes in them, and helps turn them into reality. For the Saudi youth, there is one person who brought out the positive energy in them and placed them in the limelight.
لكن لدى السعوديين همة، لدينا جبل دائما نضرب فيه المثل اسمه جبل طويق. لدى السعوديين همة مثل هذا الجبل. همة السعوديين لن تنكسر إذا انهدت هذا الجبل وتساوى بالأرض.
That is why Saudi youth consider him a role model for their success and a symbol for their future. Prince Mohammed lit the torch of vigor and excellence for the Saudi youth. He showed them the roadmap to the future. They derive sincerity and hard work from him. They also derive pride in the homeland from him. The kingdom began to accomplish its tremendous achievements in all fields, and its youth were part of those achievements. That is why Mohammed bin Salman's message were translated into words and actions and served as a motivation for the young Saudi generation to position him as the first icon of success and youth inspiration.